Welcome, everyone, to a special Hollywood sensation night. We're doing our what we're now going to call our annual Oscars pre-show, the annual Cinematic Realms Oscars pre-show, which is funny for a number of reasons, which I'll get into. But yeah, we tried this last year, smack dab in the middle of an Amadeus discussion, and it was chaotic. Which, is fine. We do chaotic, but I wanted us to be able to focus completely on this discussion for this year. So I thought we'll just have a whole night dedicated to talking about our favorite movies from the past year. But yeah, I think that was a smart way to go. What do you think, Jared?
I think it was absolutely the right way to go because, as you said, I thought last year's discussion of our top 10 thereabouts movies of 2024 was awesome. It was one of my favorite discussions we had had on the channel. But as you said, it was kind of ostensibly part of what became an extended mid-roll in the middle of our Amadeus discussion, which is one of your all-time favorite movies. And the only reason I didn't feel worse about that was because you'd already talked about Amadeus on the channel.
Yeah.
But it was but it was still a lot of fun, and I think we established that we really want to take this opportunity to talk about some movies, not only that are up for Academy Awards tonight, but some movies that did not, unfortunately, get that recognition. But the commonality is that these are all movies that we personally loved from the film year last year, 2025, which I thought was a damn good one.
So, a couple of disclaimers first for people tuning in. First of all, this is not going to be a sort of traditional straight. We each give our top 10 list. We're going to exceed that a little bit, mostly because I hate whittling things down to top 10. And whether you want to call that having honorable mentions or a top 10 plus or whatever, we're not going to get super strict about it. I just didn't want to, like, there are movies that, like, I know Jared is going to cover, and so I don't feel compelled to, like, bring them up on my list because we're going to talk about it and we're going to celebrate it, and vice versa. I know. And so yeah, it's going to be a little loose. And I think in the midst of all of it, and also I will not be necessarily adhering to like a strict ranking structure. A little bit more so once we get closer to like the final, group of films, because at a certain point you have to have some kind of structure as you get close to what your very favorite movies of the year were. I don't know what you'll be doing, Jared, but honestly, my list overall is not necessarily a reflection of like which film I loved most, which I loved least. It's I loved a lot of movies this year, and I just want to celebrate them. So I think that's kind of what we're doing. The other disclaimer I should throw out there is that the funny thing about doing an Oscars pre-show this year, um, Jared is not feeling quite as much of this as I am, but I was really pissed off at the Academy Award nominations this year, and I have been sort of tuned out from all of it. So why are we doing an Oscars stream? Well, it's technically an Oscar pre-show because we're doing it before the Oscars. And also, it's I'll be honest, branding, and it gives us an excuse to talk about the movies. I don't know. I think in that way tonight, this stream is going to be therapeutic for me, and also we will be celebrating some of the movies that are up for awards themselves, and I'm sure we will still be streaming as the telecast starts up. So maybe we'll even get to enjoy some of those festivities of, talking about the first uh, couple of awards getting thrown out there, and I'll actually be looking forward to. I'm actually looking forward to some of those early categories a bit more than I might have been uh, before yesterday, because hopefully we'll be on the air for supporting actor, where we hope that Stellan Skarsgård will be getting his due, because I just had the pleasure to watch his film last night, and we'll talk about that more, if it ends up on one of our lists. I think it will. Um, but yeah, I still wish he was winning for Luthen Rail, but
Mhm.
not eligible and all that. But yeah, he had no shortage of great performances this year. So, um, but yeah,
Well,
so do you have anything else to say before we get this underway, Jared?
I will note Stellan Skarsgård did win the Saturn Award for playing Ruth and Rail, which you and I are voting members of the Saturn Awards. So
We are.
that was a nice contribution. But I will just say that in terms of like the way that I am going to structure my list is that I'm probably going to start with first with some movies that would be considered more honorable mentions. These are not movies that I would say are strictly 11 through 15 on my list because I do have a top 10, but just movies that again I think I love, but I know are probably not ones that you are going to bring up either in your respective top 10 or honorable mentions as well. And if we find commonality on that front, we'll make note of it. But then as we get later into the stream, it will just be roughly, for me at least, getting closer and closer to the movies that I would consider my personal favorite of 2025. But obviously we don't need to go in strict order. So for instance, there is a movie that is a little lower on my list or a little higher on yours, or vice versa. We can just talk about it whenever. We're not gonna, as you said, stick strictly to the numbers.
Um, so this is going to be fun. I'm really looking forward to getting to
Mm,
dedicate the whole stream to this
yeah.
without being concerned about anything else. It's a nice change from last year. Um, as there was a time pressure on the whole thing last year, and
Yeah.
not that that stopped us from continuing on, but
No.
um, yeah. So I'll kick things off. I don't know that this is a movie that you got around to seeing, but I did want to talk about it because it was one of the early films I saw this year, and that is the latest film from director Bong Joon-ho, called Mickey 17.
I did see
Which,
this.
oh, you did get to see it. Good,
I,
yeah.
yes, I did see it, and I'm very excited to talk about it because I really liked it a lot. I think just for notification of the movies, we kind of did a little preliminary back and forth earlier. I think there was only one of the movies that I know you're going to talk about that I did not get to see, and we'll note that. But Mickey 17 was not one of them because I did watch it this week. And I'm very eager to talk about the greatness of Robert Pattinson because, oh boy, it's just an awesome performance.
I mean, he's just absolutely incredible. Like, yeah, he's been one of those actors who it's not a recent development, but I went a lot of years underestimating him because of the whole Twilight thing, as many people did. And but over the years, getting to see his work, particularly in this, in the Batman, in other things he's done, I still to this day have not seen the entirety of Tenet, but I've seen enough of it to know that he was freaking fantastic in it. And yeah, it's just he has knocked my socks off, and this film was no exception to that, where he gets to play multiple versions of himself, and some of them are like really spacey and out there, and some of them are like dark and dangerous, and you don't want to fuck with this guy. And yeah, so but then like the whole cast, and Naomi Ackie, she's great. Then you got Mark Ruffalo and Tony Collette, who are just insane. I do want to say right off the bat because you know, things were happening earlier this. Not that they're not still happening, but like a certain somebody went into office in the beginning of the year, and there's a part in this movie where Mark Ruffalo's character is just going on with his bullshit, and Naomi Hackey's character, I don't remember the exact line, but it's something to the effect of, "Will you shut the fuck up? You are such a fucking idiot." And it just felt so cathartic. It's like
Yeah.
we really that's what we need in our world.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, I just thought this was an excellent science fiction film. It's one of those. It came out early in the year. I knew it was gonna get lost in the shuffle. I mean, even for me, like there's so many great movies this year that didn't quite crack. What would be considered my top 10, but I didn't want to forget it because I just thought it was really fun and for me is like I don't think it's quite as great, but it's definitely Bong Joon-ho in that mode that he was in with Snowpiercer. It's got that same it's a futuristic sci-fi with that kind of like it's talking about serious dark things, but it's got this sort of wacky nature about it. And I just I thought it was fantastic. I loved it.
Yeah, no, I did too. And looking forward to it very much when I not only because it stars Robert Pattinson and was in the science fiction oeuvre, but also because it was a film from Bong Joon-ho, a very acclaimed filmmaker who, speaking of the Oscars, won Best Picture back in 2019 for the film Parasite, the first ever foreign language film to win the category. Um, but he hadn't really made much in the way of movies since then. So I had it high on my most anticipated list, and then I just, given the what like busyness in the first part of the year, I didn't catch up with it right away. But as soon as I watched it, it was like, why the hell didn't I get to this sooner? Damn it, because I would have loved to have seen this in the theater. Um, not only because of the craziness of Robert Pattinson, as you mentioned, and the kind of the satirical, piercing commentary with the character Mark Ruffalo plays Kenneth Marshall, a failed politician who is, has like out there ideas and is assembling a cult of personality around him, including a group of yes men. And yes, it feels very pointed. Anyone who knows Mark Ruffalo knows that his politics are not a secret. And so I imagine this was a very fun role for him to play and probably cathartic as well. And Toni Collette, oh my God. just insane. But I will say that for me, the single biggest delight in this movie was the character of Nasha, played by Naomi Ackie. I have really enjoyed her work in a lot of things, and most notably, in a couple of weeks, we're going to be talking about Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker, and I love her character in that. But this was just the one thing I didn't really expect about this movie was that it became such a sweet love story. In a way that you've almost never quite seen. Like the bond between Mickey, both 17 and 18, and every version of him, and the character of Nasha, like just from the second the two of them are on screen, it's just like they are head over heels crazy about each other, and there's no like guile between them. It's just fun to see them together. And one of my favorite developments is when the character of Mickey 17 and the character of Mickey 18 find themselves in the same place with Naomi Ackie, and it's supposed to be a big, oh no, they're going to be in trouble now because multiples aren't allowed to exist, and she's just absolutely delighted by the prospect of, oh, this person I love, now there are two of you. And she is a little high on oxyzofil at the time, but she does what somebody who is in love with somebody and suddenly discovers there are clones of them. She wants to try something a little freaky, maybe a little off the wall, and it's
Yeah.
so fun.
Also, I want to turn on my channel. Let me see if I can find um her name. Oh, it's God. Yeah, I'm not going to be good with names because it has been a little while since I watched the movie. Because of course it came out earlier this year. Um, I'm. Oh
Is it
God.
is this Anna Maria Bartolome who plays Kai? Maybe.
Yes. Yeah. I had not noticed her in anything else before, and she stood out to me as really good.
Yeah.
And also her and Nacha having the back and forth. It's like basically the gist of it being there's two of them. You don't need both of them.
Yes, yeah, yes, she
Yeah.
does, and of course, Kai was hurting because she lost her lady love to a tragic mishap earlier in the movie. But
Yeah.
I thought that her character was really a really solid piece of the ensemble as well.
Yeah.
I will note that the one thing I had seen her in before was there was a French adaptation of The Count of Monte Cristo back in 2024, and she played the character of Haiti in that and was quite good. But I didn't make that connection when I first saw her. I just was like, "Who is this?" And then I looked it up, and I was like, "Oh, that's her. She's really good."
Then you've also got Stephen Young in the cast, who
Oh my
is
god.
always wonderful, and he's quite a duplicitous
Yeah.
SOB in this.
Yeah, I'm used to Stephen Young mostly playing, good, honorable guys like, in The Walking Dead and the Minari. This reminded me most of his character in the Netflix miniseries Beef, where he got to play a not as nice guy because his character in this movie really is kind of a dick, but he's having so much fun with it.
Yeah. Um. Okay, so if we spend too long on each title we throw there, I would
Yeah,
love to keep going on about the movie, but we do have a list. Was there
yeah, we
anything
do.
else you wanted to mention about the movie before we?
No, just the, again, it is a science fiction movie, and I really loved what they did with the characters of the crawlers, the kind of the sentient alien life forms
Mhm.
that they encounter on the planet. I'd never seen science fiction creatures quite like them before, and I thought that they were both innovative and emotionally moving. So
Yeah, no, I thought they did a great job, and I just love again like the back and forth, especially between Mickey 17 and Mickey 18, is really fun as we get towards the climax of the movie, and they're trying to talk to the aliens, and yeah, it's so much great. Yeah, a really inventive science fiction film with a lot of great social commentary and phenomenal performances. So yeah, loved it. What's okay, what's the first title you want to throw
um,
out there on your list?
well, in the interest of time, we can keep this short because I know this is a movie you have not seen. This is, I've talked in the past about how much I loved the television series Downton Abbey, and it ran for 6 seasons and then transitioned into movies where they ran 3 movies, and the third and final one came out this past year. And I will say that, these movies are basically, they're continuations of the show. And while they are accessible to people who have never seen the show before, really what makes this special and why I wanted to shout it out was essentially just to talk about the fact that I've lived with these characters now since 2011, so 15 years basically. And that's a long time. I've gone through a lot of life changes in that time. The actors have gone through a lot of life changes in that time. But one thing that has never changed is I've never failed to enjoy spending time with the characters at Downton Abbey. And in particular, this final movie focuses on my favorite character from the series, Lady Mary Crawley, and kind of the escape. She has been groomed kind of to take over the house and the manor during these changing times, and has been doing a great job of it. But then she runs afoul of, the times in the sense that she is divorced from her second husband now, and of course, scandal. How could a divorced woman ever run this a
Oh my
house in
god.
modern days? But obviously, the thing about it that's special about the show and these characters is that over the course of the decade plus that they've been together, bonds between all of them, both in the upstairs with the higher class members of the Crawley family and the downstairs with the servants. The lines have really blurred, and everyone has such affection for each other, and the way they all rally to Mary's support and essentially reinforce the idea that no, she will be able to take over this house and keep it running. And it means so much to see like her essentially get her due at long last. And all I'll say is that in the final moment of the movie, Lady Mary shares a moment with her sister, Lady Edith, played by Laura Carmichael, and Lady Mary is played by the great Michelle Dockery. And these two characters, if you know the show, have had a very contentious relationship, particularly in the first season. But over the course of the series, they have really become true sisters. And there's just a beautiful moment where, as Lady Edith is about to leave, Lady Mary calls out after her, "Long live Downton Abbey." And Lady Edith turns to her and gives her a warm smile and says, "Amen to that." And that's kind of how the movie ends, with also with a montage of characters like
You need to
Dan,
do something, Patrick.
yeah, of course, Dan Stevens, who played Lady Mary's first husband, the love of her life, Matthew Crawley. And it's just a reminder of the time that we've spent with these characters. And it moved me. Like I said, it's, as a movie in and of itself, it's probably not the most innovative. But all I can say is after 15 years with these characters, I will miss them dearly. And I look forward to revisiting them in the future.
Yeah, I wish I had. Oh, Jared has a habit of having slippy fingers with his buttons, so he'll be back in a second. You got to watch those fingers, Jared.
I do. I'm getting so excited and emotional. I'm hitting the wrong buttons.
I was gonna say I really wish I had gotten to the. I've seen some episodes from the first season, but as with many things, you start watching something and then something happens to distract you, and you fall off it. It is one of those shows that I'm going to get to, one of these days. Whenever I can make the time, and then I look forward to getting to go through all the seasons of the show and the different movies, and I'm sure I'll be like, God, why did I wait so long?
Yeah, looking forward to that day when it comes. It is well worth the journey.
Yeah. Um. So the next one that I'm going to throw out there is another early film from the year, which is called Companion. Now, is this one you didn't get to see?
Yes, unfortunately, this of the movies that you had kind of sent on your preliminary list, this is the one and only one I believe that I did not have a chance to watch. But I'm looking forward to hearing you talk about it.
Yeah, so Companion is a film by a director named Drew Hancock, and it stars Sophie Thatcher and Jack Quaid, and it's funny because I didn't really know what the film necessarily was when I went to watch it, um, because the teaser that I had seen for the movie is like it's it promises like a feel good romantic comedy, and then it shows them sitting at the dinner table and her hand is on fire and she's just staring at it intently, and you're like, what the hell is this? Um and I'm not gonna like get into I don't want to like I don't know how much you already know about the movie, but I don't want to necessarily get into specifics. But let's just say it is it's a spin on on love stories, and it's got a really shitty boyfriend at the center of. And Sophie Thatcher just gives what I think is one of the best performances of the year. It is someone who, the character of Iris, who is, searching for, shall we say, control of her life.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's, for me, it was just because even if you know the twist of the movie that comes fairly early on, there's a lot of other things that happen throughout the movie that will catch you off guard. And I just thought it was very inventive and witty, and all anchored by her astonishing performance. And I do also have to say I was quite overjoyed because um, I did not expect to see one member of the ensemble is I think his name is Harvey Dillon, who is from the TV show What We Do in the Shadows,
Mm-hmm.
which I love him in that. And so when I saw him, it was nice. And nobody's really playing, except for Iris. Nobody's really playing a good person in this movie, but there's degrees of awfulness, and I liked the character that Harvey was playing more. Than his name was Eli, and I feel like he was more likable than a lot of the other awful people. So yeah, I don't want to get into too many of the details, just I think that would spoil some of the fun of, if you do get to watch it. But needless to say, a really uh wonderful twist on sort of, the romantic films, with some fair amount of psychotic energy thrown in. So yeah, absolutely wonderful movie, and I really would have liked to see Sophie Thatcher in the conversation for some Best Actress awards this year, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, that fan of Sophie Thatcher's. I know her probably most prominently from her role on the Book of Boba Fett, which what was those characters were controversial to some, but I thought that she was great, and I think that she is very much an actress on the rise. So I'm looking forward to catching up with this one. I do know the first big twist. I think that the poster that you showed kind of kind of speaks to the fact that perhaps she's not entirely, flesh and blood. But I think that from what I've heard, there's so much more to this movie, and the psychological thriller aspect that you kind of mentioned, that sounds right in my wheelhouse. So, and it's got a good cast, including I believe Rupert Friend is in it as well, playing a not so nice guy, which he does that well. So I'm looking forward to catching up with this, hopefully in the near future. I'm only sorry I didn't have a chance to do it before this stream.
No, it's absolutely worth it. But but yeah, so yeah, with that said, what's the next film for you?
All right, so the next film that I have on my list is a movie called Blue Moon. This is a movie that is directed by one of my favorite filmmakers, Richard Linklater, starring one of my favorite actors, Ethan Hawke. Now, unlike the before trilogy that I've waxed poetic on so many occasions, this movie is actually not written by Richard Linklater. It's written by another screenwriter named, I believe, Robert Capello, who was Oscar nominated for it this year. And this movie is having this movie on my honorable mentions list is mostly an excuse to talk about how freaking great Ethan Hawke is, because this is his first nomination for Best Actor. He had been nominated for supporting before for Training Day and Boyhood, and nominated for writing both Before Sunset and Before Midnight. And this movie is kind of similar to the before movies in the sense that it's really a series of conversations. It takes place almost entirely in a bar. And the premise of the movie is Ethan Hawke is playing the character, the man, Lorenz Hart, who those of you who are fans of musical theater will know was originally half of the famous Broadway team Rodgers and Hart, before Hart was kind of set aside in favor of Rodgers' new partner, Hammerstein, Rodgers and Hammerstein. And this movie is kind of it takes place essentially on the opening night of the first big hit that Rodgers and Hammerstein had together, Oklahoma. And it was a smashing success. And Ethan Hawke's Lorenz Hart is kind of in his feels about it, and he's also he's an alcoholic. He's trying not to drink, but he's also he's talking at a bar, talking to the bartender, and kind of essentially going back on that over the course of the movie. The bartender, played by Bobby Cannavale, is a great character as well. And he's also, I will note, he's a little head over heels, even though it's implied that Will Hart's sexuality at least falls on the spectrum. He is in his own words, very taken with this young woman named played by Margaret Qualley.
Who wouldn't be?
Who wouldn't be, indeed, Elizabeth Wayland. And,
which, by the way, I just want to interrupt you for a second to let you know, to give you a little surprise. I watched this film just before we started streaming.
Oh, nice, nice.
So I have actually seen it, and yeah, it's like the whole movie. I'm like, oh, you poor sap. Like I don't blame you. Who wouldn't be head over heels in love with her? But yeah, you're headed for heartbreak.
Yes, and I mean that's kind of the beautiful tragedy of the movie, is that we know as the audience, and I suspect on some deep level, Lorenz Hart knows that his feelings for the beautiful Elizabeth are not going to be reciprocated, at least in the way that he is hoping. There is, of course, the absolutely gut-wrenching and tragic moment where he finally opens up to her, and she gives him the a kind but unfortunately devastating response of "I do love you, just not in that way." And the look on Ethan Hawke's face is like just a reminder, if I needed one, but to everyone, that he is one of the great working actors of our generation. And I'm so glad that he had a role like this, to kind of show everyone what, that he is essentially, this movie rests entirely on his shoulders. He's in essentially every frame of it, and he carries it all with an effort and with effortlessness and a grace and a charm and an sense of empathy that really makes it, incredibly interesting to watch, even though it's, again, not the most narratively complex movie in the world. So really, I just wanted to shout him out because he is nominated for the Oscars tonight for Best Actor. I do not believe he's going to win, but it was a well-deserved recognition.
Yeah, this movie lives on his performance, although that's not a slight to anybody else in the supporting cast, because the movie is just filled with great performances. But it's essentially a stage play.
Yeah.
With Ethan Hawke at the center of it, and I was sort of just amazed to be watching a movie that pretty much all takes place in the same location. There's there's some moments where they move into different rooms, but it's all in the same location, and you just don't see that often in films. And yeah, I just thought he was absolutely mesmerizing from start to finish. There's moments where he's endearing, and then there's moments where he is utterly frustrating.
Yeah.
And you're just like, just stop, please. And he's a guy who just doesn't know, like, he doesn't know quite when to shut up. But then the way he is with Elizabeth,
Yeah.
He is so tender and respectful towards her, and it's just, what a performance. And this is a year of heavy hitters with in the lead actor category. So like it's no slight against him, but I would not be in the slightest bit disappointed if he walked away with the award, because I thought like Ethan Hawke is always fantastic. Um, but that shouldn't like desensitize us to when he gives a great performance. And yeah, this is a really good one. I think he and Richard Linklater are probably just perfectly happy to continue on spending the rest of their lives working together.
Yes.
And I think the rest of us will reap the rewards for that.
I'm looking forward to whatever they do next. This was a
Yeah.
good one.
Yeah, and I'm glad I got to watch it today. That was one of the ones where I wanted to make sure that I made time to fit it in. Okay, so um, next up for me is this will be interesting because I want to know if you can let me know if the companion piece to this is in your list somewhere, honorable mentions or what, and then we can find a space to talk about it, because if it made it or not, we should still talk about it. But the film that I'm going to mention next is Predator: Badlands,
Mhm.
which I had so much fun going to see this movie, and uh, and I'll be honest, what brought me in was the Alien connection, because I'm
Mhm.
far more of a fan of the Alien franchise than I am of Predator. Because to be honest, like Predator wise, the thing I know most is the original film. And then once upon a time when I was younger, I saw Predator 2 with Danny Glover. And that's like the extent of my knowledge of the franchise. So and then I had seen Prey just last year. And so there was that was piquing my interest, but more so the Alien connection with Weyland Yutani and all that. So I went to go see this and just was thoroughly entertained the entire damn time. Uh, just it's like, we just talk about like wanting a fun time at the movies, and this
Yeah.
was that. And I'm gonna throw this out there. I think Elle Fanning is nominated for the wrong movie.
You know what? I actually don't disagree. If we could find a way to fit her into the supporting category, I mean, we will definitely be talking about her later in the movie Sentimental Value, because I love her performance in that, but I do think she's better in this. She's
Yeah.
just
Yeah, no, she is absolutely astounding. And yeah, and like the only reason you wouldn't like replace her nomination from Sentimental Value with this is because she's arguably lead actress for this
yeah,
movie.
yeah.
Um, and she did win at the Saturn Awards.
She did.
So
Yep.
like,
Again, the Saturn
so
Awards have taste.
yeah, so we we have some solace there. But I don't want to like, only heap the praise on her and not, and now I'm not gonna get his name, but let me give it a shot. Demetrius Schuster Kalo Matanagi. I'm sorry, that's as close as I can possibly get. Who plays Deck, the predator in question, the or as the race is known, the Yautja. He's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Um, just like we actually really care about a predator like in these movies for once, and we're immersed in his journey, and a lot of that is through his relationship to Elle Fanning's character Thea. By the way, she also plays Tessa, and Thea's another synthetic who is sort of gets referred to as Thea's sister. And yeah, I like, they're just like so amazing together. And and then we get a whole bunch of stuff from the the Yautja home world, Deck's relationship with his brother, with his awful father. um and just there's so much like action that you could only ever dream of from like the original Predator movie. And we see that Weyland Yutani is after all these, they're after different life forms. So there's kind of a little connection with alien Earth, even.
Yeah.
Um, uh,
There's actually another connection to Alien Earth, more of a metatextual one, because the actor who plays the male drone synths, Smith, and is Cameron Brown, who was the physical performer who embodied the alien on the TV show
oh
Alien Earth.
wow,
Yeah, that's his real face.
yeah. So like, yeah, I just like I was grinning like a dumb idiot the entire time watching this, and yeah, for a long time like it was solidly in my top 10 lists. But again, just so many good movies this year. But that's not going to stop me from praising it to high heaven. And yeah, I just I adored this, and it wasn't the only great Predator movie. Uh,
Yes,
is that on
it is, and if
your?
we can actually talk about it next if you're done praising Predator Badlands,
Yeah,
but
but go ahead and say whatever you wanted to say about
yeah.
Badlands.
Yeah, well, so yeah, essentially, I just want to say that Predator Badlands is probably one of the most fun times I've had watching a movie this year. It's such an innovate, you would think that like this is like the seventh true Predator movie, I believe. Again, not kind of counting the Predator crossovers, which kind of established the connection between the Alien and the Predator franchise. This is the first one that actually makes it explicit in the main, franchises. And that was a big selling point, as you said, for seeing the movie. But it also was the very innovative choice to have our hero be a member of the Yautja, because they're normally presented as these kind of ruthless killers, and here we get, and which they are, but in this case we get to see what's driving them. And again, even though the performer who plays the main Yautja Jack is obviously like under makeup for the entire movie, so we don't see his human face. Like he has incredible expressiveness, and the way he carries himself with his physicality really, tells you what he's thinking and feeling. And it helps that he has an awesome scene partner in Elle Fanning as both as Thea and Tessa. Great year for actors playing twins, such as it were this year. And yeah, she is such a delight, because one of the things we had talked about in our Alien discussions is how interesting the characters of the synths can be. There have been a lot of great ones, and Thea immediately goes on the list as like one of the best synth characters, because she's so curious and almost like and guileless and really just fun. Like I love their opening meeting where that was in the trailer, where she's like, I can help you, and he like picks her up and then drops her, and she's like, well, good luck on your journey. And then he uses her as the tool, but of course the relationship between them grows very honestly,
Oh
and by
God!
the end,
Well, the reversal when he learns that she's kind of been
using
using him,
yeah,
and like his like anger at that, the very thought that he could be used as a tool.
yeah,
And yeah, and also in that scene I love it when Deck is fighting with the creature, and then something gets tossed in Thea's way, and it separates the bottom half of her body from the top as she's trying to put herself back together, and she's like, oh come on.
yeah.
Yeah, no, there's just such a great team, and they're not the only one, because there's the I think they name him. Is it Bud?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's part of the little family unit that forms,
Yes.
and yeah, it's just it's great. So and then as we said, she also gets to play the character of Tessa, who is just an amazing villain for the film. So like yeah, Elle Fanning is pulling double duty on this film of being both a protagonist and an antagonist.
Yeah.
And yeah, I love this movie so much. I thought it was amazing.
Yep. And then Elle Fanning definitely, lives up to the tradition of, putting a power loader to good use in the big climactic
Yes,
final sequence, which was so much fun to see it being wielded by the villain. But yeah, I enjoyed that movie, immeasurably. And Dan Trachtenberg, who directed that movie and the next movie we're going to talk about, and Prey, as long as he wants to keep working in the Predator franchise, I think he should, because he has definitely revitalized it as well.
yeah, and so the next one, I actually also watched this today because I
Yes.
had put it off for a while, just so I could be sure to be in on the fun when we were talking about it. But you want to go ahead and introduce it?
Yes. So this movie is called. This was the first Predator movie to come out in 2025. It was a streaming exclusive. It did not get a theatrical release, unfortunately, but it is an animated movie called Predator: Killer of Killers, um, and it is again such a fun concept for a movie set in this universe, because obviously the ethos of the Predator is that they want to test themselves against the best warriors from every culture on every planet that they find themselves on. And so this movie essentially starts as what appears to be an anthology, where first we have a Predator taking on this like awesome Viking warrior woman in Viking times. And then we have another Predator taking on basically a Ronin samurai in feudal Japan. And then we have the Predator take a different Predator taking on a Mexican American U.S. combat pilot during the one of the wars. And it's basically a story of how each of these individual people encounter the Predator, and through great trial, but also through their use of their unique skills, how they conquer them, and with some loss and heartbreak along the way, of course. And then that would have been cool enough as a pure anthology. But then in the final act, the movie brings them all together in a very interesting and innovative way. And that was when I was just like, God damn, this movie.
This movie suckered me in with the anthology approach, even though I was kind of like, um, because in between each of the early acts, you do see like these characters on a ship,
Mm-hmm.
or at least you may not know it's a ship at first, but it's like something's going on because like you can see the collar around their necks, and they're like something fishy is going on. But I hadn't quite put it all together until um until just before the third uh story started, and then by the time that ended and they segued, I was like, oh shit, this is not just a simple anthology, it's actually one story, and it's all coming together. And yeah, that was like, I was enjoying it before that, but that's when like it all clicked for me. I was like, oh, this is an actual movie and not just an
Yeah.
anthology. And yeah, I thought it was great. Like I love a good animated film, and I thought the animation was absolutely fantastic. And I want to mention the music because I enjoy the moments where like it was not only doing its own thing but bringing in like I recognized themes from the original Predator film, and
Yeah.
uh, especially at a moment. at the very, very end.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was really cool because throughout like each of the stories, it's not you're not just involved in sort of the predator versus the human character. You're immersed in those individual characters' stories, and the predator like entering into those stories is like it's a wild card element to the whole thing, but you're actually immersed in what these characters are going through. I found the first story especially engrossing, just with the mother son relationship and sort of that generational trauma, which I thought was beautiful. And then the second story with the samurai, and like just like there's a point where I thought a certain character had died, and then it turns out,
Yeah.
oh no, and then it makes for a very rewarding, ending to, or ending ish for that story, um, and yeah, I probably wasn't as like engrossed in the third story, but then the way everything comes together, I thought like it's great because here's this kid who could very easily be underestimated
Yeah.
as like someone who can play a vital role in helping them win the day at the end, and he plays an incredibly important role. He is the one who knows how everything works, and yeah, I was really thoroughly entertained. I thought it was good. I didn't. I think Badlands is probably still my favorite of the two
I
from this
agree.
year, but I thought it was great, and I like how it would have been. I really am bummed that I didn't see it before Badlands, because I think it would have sort of set the stage for a lot of that, and there's some like you can tell like this is sort of, it's both in the vein of Badlands and also in Prey because of the sort of settings of the stories. That sort of, going into a historical time period. Um, and then we see some returning
Yeah.
faces at the very end. And like, if they're going, I imagine the easiest way to pursue that would be to do that in another animated film.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. Maybe they.
I don't know. I mean, like,
Who knows?
with
Did,
without directly spoiling, the big reveals at the end. Yes, let's just say that it hints at the possibility that certain characters who had been staples of previous Predator films in the franchise could return. And Dan Trachtenberg, the director, has talked at length that he has said, like, for instance, I have an idea about how I could bring these characters back. And as soon as you see this movie, you're like, oh, so that's the idea. I like that idea.
So yeah, lots of fun and just amazing animation. It definitely like there were times it reminded me of little bit of like Arcane style, a little bit of even Clone Wars style.
Yeah.
Yeah, at times I thought it was really well done, and yeah, just again, fun is the word that I
Yeah.
use. I think, yeah, the Predator franchise probably gave me some of the most fun that I had watching stuff this
Yeah.
past year.
No, I mean both the Predator franchise and the Alien franchise, I feel, are in a very good place. I'm glad you shouted out the music because the composer on Predator Killer of Killers, Benjamin Wallfish, did the music for Alien Romulus last year, and so basically, I think for the longest time we had kind of set aside the idea that maybe those Alien and Predator versus Predator movies, they aren't really canon to the main Alien and Predator franchises. After this year, I'm kind of saying, you know what? I actually think maybe they are, because these two franchises are definitely drawing closer together, and I'm
Yeah,
been very so happy with the most recent entries in both that, you know what, I'm here for it.
yeah, absolutely. Um, Let's see. So actually, the only other one that I had as an honorable mention, I'm going to hold off on because I know it's in your main list. So do you have any, that you want to throw out there before we get to what'll be sort of our top 10 list?
Yeah, so I have two that I don't think are going to be on your list before I get to my actual top 10. Although one of them is a movie I know you saw and I know you liked very much, which is the latest entry in Ryan Johnson's Knives Out trilogy, Wake Up Dead Man: A Knives Out Mystery. This movie is, it follows the similar blueprint to the previous entries in the Knives Out movies. It centers on, a mystery in which the character of Benoit Blanc, played by the great Daniel Craig, is involved. But of course, one of the things we have to acknowledge is that what's really interesting about this movie is that Benoit Blanc is a true supporting character in this movie. The lead of this movie is unquestionably Josh O'Connor, who plays, in keeping with Ryan Johnson's great talent for coming up with clever and interesting names, Reverend Judd Duplessis, and who is
Oh my God.
who is a former boxer who has become a priest, but still has some of those issues that he's working through. And he gets sent to this small parish under the, let's say, tyrannical rule of a priest played by Josh Brolin, and they start butting heads immediately. And all the parishioners who join this particular flock have issues, various issues, and then of course in the conceit of the Knives Out franchise, someone winds up dead, and the Benoit Blanc has to help Mr. Judd Duplessis, Reverend Judd Duplessis, clear his name. And if you've seen any of the Knives Out movies, you know that they're incredibly well written. They're very well performed. The cast is absolutely stacked in this movie, featuring the great talents of Glenn Close and Mila Kunis and Jeremy Renner and Kerry Washington and Andrew Scott and Kaylee Spaney from Alien Romulus, and Daryl McCormick and Jeffrey Wright, Thomas Hayden Church. And the thing about these ensembles that's always so impressive is they all get their moment to shine. This was a movie that, I don't know if it's my favorite in the Knives Out trilogy. I do think the original probably still has to take that title, but I was really impressed with this one because ultimately it is an examination about faith, and a lot of us have, baggage with how religion, and in particular the Catholic Church, has conducted its business over the years. But this movie, even though it acknowledges a lot of that baggage, it ultimately still comes down on the side of why faith is still important to some people. And in particular, there's a beautiful scene where the character of Reverend Judd Duplessis is kind of at his wit's end with everything that's happening. And then this character who he's trying to, get this crucial piece of information from, asks him in a moment, "Would you pray with me?" And he does. Yeah. And in that moment, you see the movie's true heart and its perspective, that it is not mocking those who, believe in religion. It is saying that, like, this is why we as a human species, faith is still important to us, whatever form that faith takes. It may not be organized religion. It is for the character in this movie, but it is something that we need. And I thought that was a very smart and emotional way to ground the story. And then, of course, we got to go on and have our traditional fun with the Knives Out characters, in particular, in another staple of movies this year, taking certain conservative influencer types to task. The character of Cy Draven, played by Daryl McCormick, becomes a butt of a lot of particular jokes, including a great Star Wars joke where he basically, goes in line with the idea that these guys who think, or perhaps theoretically more aligned with the Empire, still think they're the rebels. I was like, well done, Ryan Johnson. Well done.
Yeah. Yeah. What I found, and this would have been one of the movies that I threw out, as an, you know, but before we get to the top 10 list, if not for the fact that I knew you were going to bring it up. Um, what I really enjoyed about this movie was how it sort of, the original Knives Out was already in of itself like inverting tropes about the murder mystery genre, as did Glass Onion, and now Ryan Johnson is inverting the tropes of his own franchise, which I
Yes.
which I thought was is just hilarious, and to the point where we get up to to Benoit Blanc saying, "And now is the moment when all shall be revealed," as Benoit Blanc has his moment, and then he realizes that he's not going to do that because it's bigger than his sort of sensationalism and big moment. Um, and so, and even earlier in the movie, he's like, "Oh, you just wait for it. You're gonna love it." And
Yeah.
like I just found that a lot of fun, and yeah, it is the first, like, every movie has had a protagonist that is not Benoit Blanc, but in the other films he sort of feels like a co-lead,
Yeah.
and in this one he is a supporting character. He's barely in the first 45 minutes of the movie. And that's not a slight against the movie at all. It actually works brilliantly, in part because Josh O'Connor is just such a brilliant actor. He's someone that I've admired for quite a while now. Even though the first time I ever saw him, he was playing a complete dick in Emma,
Oh my
but
God.
he was so good in, in that role. Um, and I particularly loved his work in The Crown,
Yeah.
uh, and yeah, and he's done a number of other things. Um, and this is a stacked cast. Glenn Close is just amazing.
Yeah.
Um, Even though she's quite a bit scary, uh, but yeah, it's just, as with all these movies, an absolutely brilliant ensemble, a pitch perfect script, um, and just a real message to deliver, and that's what I enjoy about these movies. It's not just that they're clever; it's that they're emotionally rich.
Yeah.
Um, and this is a story about Josh O'Connor's character, a priest, sort of losing his faith a bit and then rediscovering it, and realizing that there are people he can help, and that even at the cost of his own safety, and well-being, he's going to care more about extending the hand to the people who need help. And so, yeah, this is an absolutely incredible movie, and quite honestly, probably a bit easy to, like, underappreciate, because it's the third in a line of absolutely brilliant murder mysteries from Ryan Johnson, and you can kind of just be like, "Oh, it's another Ryan Johnson Knives Out movie. Of course, it's great." But he deserves so many props, and like, the only quibble I have with Ryan Johnson over these movies is that he still has not cast Keira Knightley in a part. He's hired just about everybody else. For God's sake,
You
have her in the next one.
You know, Springs Eternal, because he's made his trilogy. He had signed on to do 2 and 3 with Netflix. But and people thought maybe he would move on after that, but he still seems open to revisiting the world and these characters. And yeah, like, he makes enough of them. Eventually you got to give Keira Knightley a call, because I think she would be awesome in a movie like this. And
Yeah,
yeah, and as you said, it's easy to take these movies for granted. Speaking of the Oscars, which have now started. The first two Knives Out movies got nominated for in the screenplay categories. This movie ultimately did not. It got nothing. And I think it was just purely a matter of people thinking like, oh, haven't we done that already? And I'm like, yes, you have, but this movie is still worthy because it is doing something different. And I ultimately just think that as long as Rian Johnson wants to keep making these Knives Out movies with Daniel Craig as Benoit Blanc, I will still enjoy them because this is a well that I think has not yet been exhausted and there is still great entertainment and thematic richness to be had.
Let's so go ahead. We may have to pick up the pace slightly
We
because
will.
we are already an hour in. But go ahead and mention the next one that you had.
Yeah, so this is my last honorable mention, such as it is, and it was a movie that was in my top 10 for a long period of time until finally a movie I saw on the more recent site bumped it out. This is a movie called that is up for the Oscars tonight in the Best Picture category and a few others besides. It is a movie called Train Dreams. This is a movie that has a very simple premise overall. It stars Joel Edgerton, great actor, great in this movie, who plays a logger in the Pacific Northwest in basically the 19th century, and it's really just the story of his life, with all the beauty and the tragedy that comes along with it. He marries the character of Gladys, played by the wonderful Felicity Jones. He comes in contact with different people throughout his life, including characters played by William H. Macy and Carrie Condon, and a number of other great character actors, including like Clifton Collins Jr. and Paul Schneider, and Nathaniel Arcand. But ultimately, it really is just the story of, like, I would almost say, like, the poetry that can be found in the quiet, beautiful moments. Just when it seems like nothing is happening, but that is the moment when everything is happening. And that really falls a lot on another one of the Oscar nominees from tonight, the cinematography by Adolfo Veloso. I think that this movie has perhaps the best cinematography of any movie I've seen this year. The way they shoot the forests, the way they shoot, the domestic life sequences, the more tragic sequences, including traumatic fire that occurs, dream sequences that may or may not be dream sequences. And ultimately, it really comes down to this character of Robert Grenier lives for, about 80 some years and, suffers real losses, but kind of proceeds with a very quiet dignity that Joel Edgerton plays wonderfully. And at the end of the movie, he passes away. And the movie kind of focuses, kind of sums up like, well, what was the point of this man's life, and the answer is simply that he lived, and ultimately the movie kind of, there's a sequence where he's in the biplane near the end of the movie. And the narrator, Will Patton, is kind of summing up, the feelings that he has in that moment as he's reflecting on, for instance, the loss of his family and the loss of friends and, the life he's led. But in that moment, he says, for the first time, he felt truly connected to it all. And I think that this is a movie that, some people may not vibe with because, again, it's a very simple story and ultimately is really a lot about the visuals and the quiet moments. But like, there's a conversation he has with Carrie Condon that I think is incredibly emotionally moving. And this is a movie that I think the team behind this, Greg Quidar and Clint Bentley, they kind of specialize in these types of movies. They did a lovely movie last year called Sing Sing that was also very, well regarded. And I think that this movie is basically the little movie that could, because Netflix had a lot of big Oscar contenders this year, and was a movie that really wasn't on a lot of people's radar, but the more people saw it, they're just like, this is beautiful. And I think that it was ultimately worthy of the recognition it has received. And I was very moved by it.
Yeah. This gets filed under a movie that I thought was impeccably well made and incredible, but perhaps not the right movie at the right time for me.
Fair.
It's a very sad film.
Yeah.
Um, and I I made a slight joke on another stream I was on this week that is like, Train Dreams, aka life sucks, life is happy for a little bit, life sucks, life sucks, life is happy for a little bit, life sucks, and then you die. Uh, but the movie deserves so much better than that. Like you mentioned, the cinematography, it's absolutely gorgeous. I think the performances are out of this world incredible. In particular, thinking about William H. Macy, in his role, and it's got a lot of great, actors who just come in for a little bit and then they're gone. I really want to mention the actor John Deal, who plays Billy, one of the loggers. I know him from, he was in the film Gettysburg, which came out in '93, and he's always like, he has a very distinctive face and voice, and so when I saw him in this, I was like, oh my god, I know that guy. And so and then of course Joel Edgerton, Felicity Jones, Carrie Condon, especially, it's yeah, it's an exceptionally well made film filled with great performances, expertly crafted. But it is a movie that you should be in the mood for
Yeah.
it, because but what I do respect enormously about it is perhaps the most anti-narrative film I've ever seen.
Mm.
It's because it's depicting the life of someone, and as much as we might hope for a life that's filled with a strong narrative, most people don't live that kind of life. We go through, and like this movie depicts, and we have moments. It's a life filled with moments, and there's heartache, there's joy to be found, but at the end of the day, the life we live is a life, nothing more, nothing less. And I think this movie does a brilliant job at depicting that. So even though, like, I just don't think I was in the right headspace necessarily to watch the film when I did, I'm nonetheless glad to see it recognized both here and at the actual Oscars as well, because I think it's a beautifully made film.
Thank you. Thank you for watching it.
Yeah.
They actually just handed out the first Oscar of the night, so we're right on time for our own top 10. So,
Oh wow! So I thought they were just getting started with like the red carpet. They actually started the telecast.
oh, they have. They just gave
Yeah.
out best supporting actress, and it went to Amy Madigan from Weapons, which is a movie we will be talking about soon. Obviously,
Well,
the true best supporting actress of the year wasn't even nominated in the category, but
yeah,
we'll get
yeah, we're gonna get there. Yeah. Um, okay. So now we're sort of entering, again, this is all very, like, you might call it our top 10 lists,
there.
but there's going to be shared movies on these lists, and so just, don't get caught up in the actual numbering of things. Um, the first film, or well, I should say the next film that I want to mention is directed by Danny Boyle. It's another film from earlier this year called 28 Years Later, which of course is the next film in the 28 Days Later franchise, but it's really the start of its own trilogy,
Mhm.
of which they have now released two films, with this one being the first. Um, and I will say seeing the Bone Temple this year solidified this ending up on my list, because if there was one thing when I walked out of this movie, I didn't know they had already shot the next one. So I was like, that was a heck of a weird cliffhanger ending just to end on. But now that I've seen the continuation, I'm like, oh no, I'm fully cool on all that now. This is, despite it being about like zombies and post-apocalyptic England and all that, I find what this movie is really about um, is the relationship between a son and his parents, in particular, a son and his mother. And those of you who know what I've gone through over the past couple of years will understand that this hits home for me, particularly with the depiction um, of the mother in question's illness in this film, as she's sort of losing her grasp on things. And so there was a lot of this movie that was just I'm actually going to make sure that I bring up the information just about the film. So you have the mother character, whose name is Ilsa, played by the great Jodie Comer. Um, and just watching her relationship with um with Spike, or her son, as he's trying desperately to like get her some medicine that will save her life, although ultimately learning that she has a tumor, and a brain tumor. And it just becomes this story of basically saying goodbye to someone you love. And uh yeah, I walked out of quite the theater quite emotional. And and that's all before we even get to the amazing, other cast members in this film. Alfie Williams plays the character of Spike, but you've also got Aaron Taylor Johnson, uh, who's his father, Jamie, and then the great Ray Fiennes as Dr. Kelson, who plays an enormous part in the next film, The Bone Temple. And so yeah, and it's, and big shock, we've already established it's a zombie movie, so it's a horror film, which traditionally, like, a couple of years ago, I would not even probably dream of having a movie like this on my list of favorite movies. But damn it, you guys have corrupted me. And I loved this to pieces. So I loved it for the emotional content. The scene where Spike is basically saying goodbye to his mother. Um, uh, both before and after her death, like, it's just emotionally gut wrenching. And then you've got his relationship with his father, which is kind of complicated, because his father is kind of grieving in his own way. And yeah, and so this is all really emotional stuff that you wouldn't necessarily expect to be at the forefront of like a quote unquote horror movie, but I find that this film is even more of a family drama than a straight up horror film. But then you've got the horror elements with the zombies, and I think like this is the film that, to my mind, should probably be winning best makeup this year.
Oh yeah.
Um, and and the cinematography is brilliant. It's actually all shot on iPhones, if you can believe it. And but it looks absolutely stunning. And yeah, and just absolutely incredible. And I mentioned Ray Fiennes. His performance as Dr. Kelson is probably one of my favorite roles of his he's ever done, and he just raises the bar even more in the Bone Temple. There's some stuff that he does in that film which is just insane, but phenomenal. And yeah, and then on the zombie side of things, the movie talks about like what is human, and like, and what is society, and because the thing that might be monstrous to us? Do they have their own sort of social structure and dynamic? And you know, the sequel gets into that even more about like what's actually, what are they going through, what are they feeling as they're taken over by this virus that's, you know, that's turned them into these creatures. And so there's a lot of just interesting things that the movie has on its mind. But at the core of it, it is about family. And I think it's one of the one of the more emotional films of the year, particularly if you're struggling with the loss of someone in your family.
Yeah, no, I'm very glad this made your top 10 list because it missed mine. I think this is probably my number 11 of the year.
Yeah.
I really loved this film. I do think that one of the reason, you know, you say it is a horror movie, it is a zombie movie, but the eternal truism about these types of movies is that the best zombie movies aren't really about the zombies. The zombies are there as kind of this almost supernatural, you know, existential force that we have to confront. And these, as you said, these zombies, such as they are, do have a little bit more going on than that, as is explored in the sequel, The Bone Temple, which I have a hunch we may be talking about on next year's pre-Oscar
Yes.
stream, because that movie is great. But this movie is, as you said, it really is grounded in the story of this family. And it's, you know, the emotions just are so raw and so painful, but also so true and so moving that, you know, I really just, it brought me to the verge of tears multiple times. And you know, you mentioned the great cast of the amazing Jodie Comer, the great Aaron Taylor Johnson. This is another theme about this year and past year in movies: incredible discoveries of child performers. Because this kid, Alfie Williams, oh my goodness, is he good? And you mentioned Ray Fiennes. One of our greatest actors. I would, you know, I really, you know, it seems unlikely because it came out so earlier in the year. I will be pushing for him to get awards recognition for his role in the Bone Temple next year
Yeah.
because he is that good. He's a small role in this movie, but another common theme, we have Jack O'Connell getting to play a very unhinged character who gets to show a little bit more of that in the sequel. But you know, I did think that was very well seated here. And as you said, these two movies are really companion pieces. And I do think that one of the reasons this movie was so good is that it brought back both the original director of the original, Danny Boyle, and the original screenwriter, Alex Garland, who I have loved his work. You know, Ex Machina and Annihilation are some of my all-time favorite movies. And you know, the second movie in the series, 28 Weeks Later, you know, didn't have either of them in those roles. And while I still enjoy that movie a great deal, it was definitely for me a step down, and this feels like a return to form. And this movie, I think, was really, you know, just haunting, scary, you know, but ultimately it's the true core, you know, the message that Ray Fiennes passes to the character of Spike, specifically you know, when he talks about the concept of memento mori and then later memento amoris, remember all things must die and remember you must love. You know, it's very poignant scene. And you know, you mentioned this movie is kind of a trilogy. The Bone Temple didn't light the box office on fire, but god damn it, if you saw how that movie ends, they better make that third one, because I will be raising
Going to
pitchforks if they
throw a
don't.
fit if they don't. I also just want to mention really quick the score by Young Fathers was extraordinarily effective. There's especially um, moment in the early on in the film where the recording of the poem Boots is used, and they use this in the trailer too, and it was highly effective. It might even be the reason why I was interested to see the film, because it was such a brilliant trailer. Um, and so yeah, I I enjoyed the score just a touch more in the sequel because it's more my vibe because that music was done by oh, and I can't get her name, Hildur, uh,
Oh,
who did the
yeah, go on, daughter. Yeah, the one who did the score for Joker and won an
yeah.
Oscar for it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I like actually that each of these films kind of has its own vibe. The shooting style for the sequel is different. The different director, obviously. Um, and yeah, and but I think that the music in this film gives its own identity. I thought it was really well done, and yeah, and you mentioned obviously we get a hint of Jack O'Connell's uh Sir Jimmy Crystal in in this film, but even though like we're not talking about the Bone Temple yet, that'll come next year. But I'd be remiss if I didn't like give a small preview of that and mention Aaron Kellyman, who was absolutely brilliant in the sequel. And so yeah, and it's hard to like not like fold some of the sequel stuff into the conversation about this one because they do feel of a piece in a lot of ways. Um, but yeah, I thought this was an absolutely brilliant film, and it was a film, especially when I got to rewatch it after seeing the Bone Temple. I was like, no, I'm not gonna forget this on my list. This is absolutely making the top 10. So yeah, I just absolutely phenomenal film.
I'm very happy we got to talk about it. Looking forward to the future of this franchise, and can't wait to discuss it again with you on future streams, including next year's Oscar stream.
Yeah,
All right. So my number 10, we're going to stay in the horror genre. And this is a movie I don't think you've seen because, as much as we've corrupted you with our influence on horror, I don't know if you checked this one out. My number 10 of the year, such as it is a movie called Weapons, which has recently been honored at the Oscars just a few minutes ago with Amy Madigan for supporting actress, well deserved. Again, among the nominees that are there. And but before I get to her, I just want to say that this is a movie that is incredibly innovative in its structure. It's an impeccable cast where they had essentially had to replace the entire cast because of different because of the writer strikes that happened and the SAG after strikes that happened. Pedro Pascal, for instance, was originally supposed to be in this movie and is obviously not. But we have Julia Garner, and we have Alden Ehrenreich, who we both love. We have Josh Brolin. We have Benedict Wong, and of course Amy Madigan. But in particular, the premise of this movie is right there on that poster that's up on the screen. It's in a sleepy Pennsylvania town one night at 2:17 a.m. Every child in one teacher's classroom, Mrs. Gandy's class, wakes up out of their bed, goes downstairs, opens the front door, walks into the dark, and they never came back. And I remember when I saw that in the trailer, that trailer when I went in the theater playing before another movie I was going to see, that sent chills down my spine. And this movie is very scary in certain respects. It's also very funny in certain respects, but it is ultimately a story about processing, grief and loss and the inexplicable happening. One does not need to look too far to discover the thematic parallels between an entire class of children disappearing without a trace and the absolute infuriating and heartbreaking plague on our American life of school shootings. This movie doesn't make that comparison explicit, but it's there for anyone who wants to see it. But ultimately, this being a horror movie, what's going on is much more sinister, and it's revealed ultimately supernatural. And later in the movie, it's revealed that the one who is responsible for the disappearance of all these children, because this movie is told non-linearly. We essentially, it's broken up into sections where we follow the perspective of Julia Gardner's Miss Justine Gandy, and we follow the perspective of Josh Brolin's grieving father, Arthur Graff. We follow the perspective of Alden Ehrenreich's kind of alcoholic on the rebound police officer, Paul Morgan. And these stories intersect in interesting ways, but ultimately it's a way to reveal the tapestry of who is actually behind this tragic disappearance. And it turns out it's this movie's secret villain, a character named Aunt Gladys, played by Amy Madigan. And even if you have not seen the movie Weapons, you may have heard about Aunt Gladys, because she has kind of started to enmesh herself almost instantly as an iconic figure of modern horror cinema, like in the realm of characters like Freddy Krueger and Michael Myers and Dr. Hannibal Lecter. Like because this movie was not a movie that was getting any Oscar buzz. It was supposed to be a summer blockbuster, and Amy Madigan wasn't even in the trailers. But it was just an organic push that when people saw the movie, they were like, who is that? Because they almost didn't even recognize it was her. Because in this movie, she is terrifying. She is, incredibly striking. She's very funny at times too. But ultimately, you cannot take her eyes off her. One, because her look is very distinctive, but two, because she is just that good. And one of the things that I think even though, again, there's another actress I think she would have been a better supporting actress winner, the fact that Amy Madigan got nominated here and she is the one who won the category, I think is very deserved, because we don't see this very often. We don't see horror recognized at awards genres in this way. And this was just the right role at the right time for an actress who has worked in Hollywood forever and feels very, beloved by her peers. And I think that it's a very worthy recognition as both a career achievement and as a marker of someone who essentially took this role and made it iconic purely on the strength of her own performance. And I mentioned that, again, this movie blends horror and comedy very effectively. I want to shout out, there's a moment where, and emotion very effectively. There's a moment in this movie where Josh Brolin's character is sitting by the bedside of his missing son. And he's crying and he's offering up his regrets and his fears, and basically just saying, I don't know where you are. Where are you? Where did you go? And it's a very moving and effective performance. And then it's followed by one of the freakiest jump scares you will ever see in any movie, featuring Aunt Gladys. And there is a great moment that I remember vividly in the cinema, because I was not the only one feeling it, where it's ultimately revealed that Josh Brolin's character has fallen asleep and was dreaming. After this horrifying thing happens, he jerks awake, looks around, and just screams at the top of his lungs, "What the fuck?" And that was the exact reaction that everyone in the audience had. So it was a great cinematic moment. And yeah, ultimately, Weapons is not a perfect movie, but it is elevated by its innovative structure, its great performances. Julia Gardner is amazing in this movie. Alden Ehrenreich is great in this movie. But ultimately, Weapons lives and dies on Amy Madigan's Aunt Gladys, and now she has an Oscar to prove it.
Yeah. Yeah, not going to make a comment on the best supporting actress win.
We'll get there.
Yeah, I have not seen this film. I don't know that I will. There's like the way I feel about the way I approach horror movies is I go on vibes. And like I can tell if I'm gonna buy, like if it's gonna be an acceptable kind of horror for me. And my my spidey sense goes off when I see stuff from this movie. Not quite as bad as like when I saw the advertisements for what was the one from last year, The Substance.
Yeah.
Um but but yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe one day. But I respect that it has gotten a lot of acclaim and buzz, and so yeah, so I'm glad you enjoyed it, and maybe one day I will too. But we'll see.
I the watch, which is why ultimately, it's on the bottom half of my top 10, but I'm glad we had an opportunity to shout it out. We will, I'm not gonna try to corrupt you on your horror influences faster than you're ready to be corrupted. So I'm okay that you haven't seen this. For me, it was worthy of that recognition.
Yeah. Okay. So my number 9 pick, such as again, don't read too much into the numbering, but it's one of these streams. We need some kind of structure. So
Yeah.
the next film on my list is a film that the, my experience with it is now a little complicated because there's been some things going on, but I will say that I really enjoyed the experience of getting to bond with my dad over getting to watch and love the hell out of this movie, and that it is director Joseph Kosinski's F1, which for my money is just the next, you know, amazing, astonishing film in this director's, canon of films. He's gotten really good at delivering like spectacular popcorn entertainment. Obviously his last film before this was Top Gun Maverick, and in a lot of ways, I enjoyed this film even more. Um, it's just so incredibly well done. Fantastic lead performances. Um, Technically, the film is a marvel, just with its editing, its cinematography, its sound design. Um, and it's just one of those movies that like gets, you know, not to use car puns, but gets you revved up. And and I just really enjoyed the fact that this was a movie that my dad and I got to go see in the theaters together, and like both have such a great time, and like he walked out of it loving it, and so did I, and you just got an absolutely amazing cast, in particular, like I think this is one of Brad Pitt's best performances. I love Javier Bardem, Carrie Condon, and I'm going to look. I'm going to bring this the information on this page up so I can make sure to uh, get his name. But Damson Idris, who plays Joshua Pierce, the quote unquote hotshot rookie of the film. I thought he was fantastic. The dynamic between him and Brad Pitt's Sonny Hayes was great. Um, got a shout out to Tobias Menzies for playing a real sleazeball. Though I'm always kind of prepared to love him,
Yeah.
and I did not. And in this, he gave a really good performance, but just one of those characters who's pretty much there for you to despise. And yeah, it's just like I always say that I'm a much bigger fan of sports movies than I am of sports, and this movie is a perfect example of that. Like, I would be bored to tears going to an actual F1 race,
Yeah.
but watching this in the theater, I was enthralled. And particularly, we watched it in IMAX, and boy, oh boy, can I tell you, that was quite the experience. You just feel those engines roaring like in your very soul. And so yeah, I have to say, like, Joseph Kosinski has turned into one of uh, either one of my favorite directors, or at least one of perhaps one of the more underappreciated directors. And not that uh not that Top Gun Maverick didn't get lots of acclaim, but he didn't get nominations for it, I think. Or am I wrong?
Yeah,
I don't think
he
he
did.
did.
He did.
And quite honestly, I've been a fan of his since Tron Legacy, which I also think is an incredible movie. Um, so yeah, I have no, it was no, you know, it's not a big shock that this ended up on my top 10 list. I think it was one of the, again, one of the big like popcorn movies of the year for me that was just outrageously fun to see in the cinema, and full of just great chemistry amongst the actors, and made me fall in love with Carrie Condon even more. She's so great. And so yeah, uh, just really fun, and again gets like, has that added resonance for me because I don't get to bond with my dad that much over movies, um because he just doesn't really look at cinema in the same way as I do, but this was an exception, and so it's one of my fondest memories of the year.
No, it's so great to hear that not only did you enjoy the movie on its own artistic merits, but that it became a centerpiece for a very personal, an emotional connection for you. And I think that that is again what cinema at its best can do, and this is just a great cinematic experience. Um, it didn't make my top 10, but it's firmly within my honorable mentions. And like you, even though I like sports in general more than you, Quinn, and share your fondness for sports movies, I don't consider myself like an F1 aficionado of any kind, even though I've enjoyed a lot of racing movies. Like in that vein, I loved Rush several years ago. Ford v Ferrari was quite good, but this, like, they weren't on the same level as this movie, just technically in terms of the race sequences. It really makes you feel like you're there, like you're in the seat of the car going, a couple hundred miles an hour on these tight turns, and it's thrilling and terrifying in the way that it would be. But it's not this movie, even though its technical credentials are impeccable. It is, as you said, a very, it's got more than that. Like, I think that this is a great cast. Brad Pitt, I would agree, this is one of my favorite performances of his in recent years. Damson Idris, like, you lay eyes on this guy and you're like, this guy's a movie star, like on the rise. Carrie Condon is always wonderful in everything. And Javier Bardem, has never set a wrong foot anywhere as far as I'm concerned either. And yes, I did clock from the second Tobias Menzies showed up on screen. I was like, this is going to be one of those movies where he's the asshole, right? And I'm like, yeah, hit this. But it ultimately is, like this movie. Joseph Kosinski, as you said, really is the name to highlight here, because people talk a lot about how Hollywood and is like losing its way, and like we aren't having like the same like drive to get people into the cinemas to see movies like this. And Joseph, the team behind Top Gun Maverick, got a lot of rightful acclaim for getting people to go to the theaters to see that movie, to the tune of $1.4 billion and multiple Oscar nominations. This movie ultimately did make it into Best Picture, which I was very happy with. It didn't receive quite that same level of acclaim, but ultimately what it is it's like, this is what you go to the big screen to see. And so I think for that reason, it is a very worthy entrant on your list and among the Best Picture field.
Yeah, in particular, there's a moment early on that I just want to like it kind of gives you like this idea of the sort of firecracker dialogue in the movie. I just love when um the character of Joshua says to Sonny, "What's the last race you won?" Daytona the yesterday, and he says, "No, oh, I mean Formula One." And he says, "Oh, well, then same as you."
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, it is absolutely fantastic movie, and it's really funny to me how like well, it's not funny because he's a brilliant actor, but like Javier Bardem is like one of those actors who, like, obviously I knew what an amazing talent he was, nobody can see No Country for Old Men and be shocked that he's an absolutely incredible actor. Like, um, but I don't know that like I would say that like I was a huge like fan of his work in terms of like seeking him out and stuff. And I don't know, it's just been like his work over the past several years, and particularly like climaxing with his work in Dune, which I just his character is so lovable in those films. Even though he's dangerous in his own right, but like he's the guy who's so blindly loyal that you kind of like you're both cheering him on and you're also like, oh, you poor guy. um and so he's now approached that level for me where if I see him in a movie, it automatically elevates the movie, and I just can't wait for him to be on screen. And that's the way I felt going into this movie. Like the minute he showed up on screen, I was like, it's Javier. I love that guy. Um, so yeah, and he's playing a really he's playing a really fun archetype in this film where he's the main character is like Bestie from way back, who's like putting himself on the line, but they're not gonna like seriously talk about it throughout the movie. They're gonna kind of like passive aggressively joke back and forth.
Right.
And I just like I just love that so much. And uh yeah, and then as I said, we mentioned Carrie Condon, who's just great. It's so funny to me to think back to, I've first time I ever saw her was in the HBO series Rome, and just seeing like how far she's come from then to, being someone who often, if she's not getting actual Academy Award nominations, she's at least in the conversation or in movies that are up for awards. And like I'm just really so pleased that she's had so much success. And this is the second movie this year that she's in that got a Best Picture nomination. So
Yeah, yeah, she's one of the few who got to pull double duty on that front. But yeah,
yeah,
I think that in Train Dream she really just kind of has one very impactful emotional sequence. In this movie, she's a more consistent presence, and yeah, she's a delight. Particularly like I love the moment when she calls Sonny and Joshua to the card game sequence and makes them essentially hash out their beef, and then it's just like yeah I'd listen to Carrie Condon too if that's
yeah. Um, and then I just want to mention the score by Hans Zimmer. Uh, this is a Jerry Bruckheimer, racing movie as much as, uh, you know, all the credit obviously belongs to Joseph Kaczynski, but it also has the vibe of a Jerry Bruckheimer, sort of sports movie. And so and with that Hans Zimmer score, the mind definitely goes back to Days of Thunder, which is part of my enjoyment of this, I think technically they do stuff in this that's far beyond what they did in Days of Thunder, but it definitely like brought me back to my younger years of and made me nostalgic. So
yeah,
yeah.
excellent.
But okay, what's next on your list?
So what's next on my list is a movie that I believe is in your honorable mentions, was kind of flirting on the edge of your top 10, and has just won 2 Oscars in a row for Best Costume Design and Best Makeup and Hairstyling. And that movie is Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. Uh,
Yes.
yeah, so we're both big Guillermo del Toro aficionados, as I think most people who love cinema are, and we know his enduring fascination with with monsters and the supernatural and like the monstrous side of humanity, and all of that can be found in the original story of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. So, and Guillermo del Toro has talked at length about his desire to tell a faithful adaptation of the original Frankenstein story. So the second it was announced that this movie was coming, I was like, instantly one of my absolute most anticipated movies of the year. And for the most part, I think it lived up to that billing quite well. I think that, there are certain aspects that I think work a little bit less well. I want to be fair. Like, this is not a perfect movie by any means, but the highs are so high, not only in the form of the absolutely exquisite craftsmanship in the now Oscar-winning costumes and Oscar-winning makeup, and I suspect soon Oscar-winning production design. But the actors, the core performances, Oscar Isaac plays the lead, Dr. Victor Frankenstein, and is very strong. The wonderful Mia Goth as Elizabeth, I really love her in this movie, playing a kind of very unexpected and sweet role in her relationship with the creature. Felix Kammerer, who I loved from All Quiet on the Western Front, plays Victor Frankenstein's younger brother. Christoph Waltz has a kind of a more supporting role, but is always great in anything. But ultimately, you cannot talk about this movie without talking about the absolute triumphant revelation that is Jacob Elordi as the creature. The moment I saw it, I was like, this isn't the type of performance that gets nominated for Oscars, but God damn it, this should be the exception. And as it turns out, sometimes the Oscars listen, because he did get nominated and he is extraordinary in this movie. I have not seen the TV show Euphoria, where he kind of had his big breakout, but I know he has since gone on to do things like Wuthering Heights that went to go see and really enjoyed. But this is basically this is a classic, like, superstar making performance, because as much as the character of Frankenstein is portrayed in the original by Boris Karloff, like, has become an icon of cinema, we have never seen Frankenstein's monster quite like this, with this depth of raw humanity as brought by Jacob Elordi under like 8 hours worth of makeup. Every time he doesn't show up like until the midway point of the movie, of course, but once the movie switches to his perspective, it hits another level, because you cannot take your eyes off him.
Yeah, I would never have guessed this was the same guy from Euphoria if I hadn't known about it beforehand. And I've only seen a couple episodes of Euphoria. It's the type of show that is very stressful, and so I haven't yet mustered up the courage to like watch the rest of it. But he's, based on what I've seen thus far, and I imagine this probably hasn't changed. He's a real asshole in that show. Um, and so, color me surprised watching this, and and just having him break my heart, and fall in love with him as the creature, and just an absolutely astonishing performance. Like, would not be displeased in the least bit if he walks away with Best Supporting Actor tonight. That he's got some competition, so I don't know if it's going to happen, but they could absolutely. It would not be out of line, because absolutely stunning. I do feel like, because he gets so much of the acclaim, I think that Oscar Isaac has been a little underappreciated for his work in this film, because I think he's incredible. Of, like, Victor Frankenstein is supposed to not be a great guy, so like, and he does an excellent job with that. But also, he's charming when he is trying to be, and he is thoroughly entertaining. I love his scenes with Mia Goth. I think they're absolutely amazing together. But the actor who I really wanted to shout out, because you didn't mention him among the others, is David Bradley.
Yes.
Who, for my money, the best part of the film are the scenes between Jacob Elordi and David Bradley. I just, their bond is so just pure and wonderful, and uplifting, and it's so amazing, because so many of us know David Bradley as Walder Frey from Game of
Yeah.
Thrones, but he can play such a gentle soul as he does in this film.
Yeah, no, he was incredible. That sequence is also one of my favorite parts of the movie. Like, incredibly heartbreaking as we see the creature kind of develop his first, aside from his interactions with Elizabeth, kind of his first real human contact and making his real, his first true friend, and then losing that friend in a tragic circumstance. I loved David Bradley's performance in this movie. And since you brought up Game of Thrones, I feel like we're now obligated to mention the long roster of other Game of Thrones performers who are also in this movie in smaller roles. The great Charles Dance plays Baron Leopold Frankenstein, Victor
He's so
Frankenstein's
good at
father.
playing awful, terrible father.
Yeah, it's like I wouldn't say he was typecast. Funnily enough, this is apparently actually Charles Dance's second time playing Victor Frankenstein's father. I think he did it in a different movie a few years ago too. But he's great in that. Ralph, right, the great Ralph Ineson shows up as the judge who basically expels Victor from the medical college. And then Bern Gorman, also who would played Carl Tanner.
Blink and you'll miss him.
It's a blink and you'll miss him kind of performance, but again, the way my brain works, I see a Game of Thrones actor, I cloth them almost immediately.
I'll tell you, I missed him on my first viewing.
Yes,
because he's not necessarily like instantly recognizable in the part, and I was distracted by like other things going on. But then once it's him, it's like, oh yeah, it's unmistakable.
yeah, and not a Game of Thrones alum, but another, our love for Star Wars, and in particular the Ahsoka television series. The great Lars Mikkelsen plays the ship's captain, who kind of his sequences kind of help serve as the film's almost framing device. And I think that that was an aspect of the Frankenstein story that didn't get adapted into the original movies. Essentially the voyage of the ship and the encounters that the monster and Victor have with it. But I ultimately, like I said, this movie ends really in kind of a very, it's ultimately it's a very twisted father-son story. But in the way it ends ultimately with catharsis and to a certain extent reconciliation, and Victor essentially in his dying breath, almost blessing the creature with his like, if death is not to be for you, what recourse do you have to do but live? And the final shot of Jacob Elordi facing the rising sun, as Victor once taught him back before their relationship kind of became more fractured. It really got me. And like I said, Guillermo, there was really been a better match of subject material and filmmaker than Guillermo del Toro in the Frankenstein story. I'm very glad that he got to make the movie of his dreams, and that he. We should note about Jacob Elordi. He was not originally cast in the part. He was a replacement for Andrew Garfield, who had to drop out for various reasons. What a stroke of luck that they found this guy, because he took the movie to another level.
Yeah, it's interesting because this was a film that was in and out of my top 10, honestly. And it was tough for me because you run into the trap of comparing against other Guillermo del Toro movies, which it's like, what's the line in Kill Bill Volume 2 is, if you're gonna compare a Hanzo sword, you compare it to every other sword that wasn't made by Hattori Hanzo. And that's the way it should be with Guillermo del Toro films. But I couldn't help myself. And in that way, like, it's not like among my very top of his films, but that should not take away from the fact that I think it's a beautifully made film. I know like the earlier sections are, some say they're not as strong as what comes later. I think they're still pretty damn strong and beautifully done. And the score by Alexandre Desplat, I mean, oh my God, just so gorgeous. I waited and waited for this to get a physical CD release, and it finally did. And I ordered that as quickly as possible. It's a beautiful score to a beautiful film, and yeah, I'm very glad we get to pay respect to it because yeah, as you said, it's a perfect marriage of director and and subject matter, and I just uh yeah, I'm glad it's winning some awards tonight because I think it deserves it. Um, so okay, the next film, I'm actually going to skip my number 8 for now because I know it's going to be higher up on your list. So
Okay.
next I'm going to go back to the beginning of the year and honor a film directed by Steven Soderbergh called Black Bag.
Which I got to catch up on, and I'm very
Uh,
glad I did.
yeah, for me, it was just like an expertly crafted, like, you know, spy thriller, but it's like more about like, it's a movie, you know, about like tense conversations between characters and for me that was just so thrilling, and you've got just this incredible roster of performers um who are just incredible. And to me, what it felt like, it was like there were elements of it that felt like a more serious Ocean's 11 in a lot of ways. And the score was actually done by the same composer that did Ocean's 11, because from my understanding, uh, he and Steven Soderbergh work a lot together, if not all the time. And for me, this is just a movie with an exquisite script, amazing direction, and killer performances from its cast. And I know it was easy for this to get lost in the shuffle because it came out so early in the year. But I really wish that at least it had been remembered for its screenplay, which I think should have easily been up for a lot of awards. I think it did get a nomination somewhere. I don't remember if it was the Scripter or the WGA or
What
something like that.
it got nominated for original screenplay at the WGA with the very deserving, but the caveat being that the WGA always has certain films that are deemed ineligible because they don't meet guild restrictions. So
Yeah,
ultimately, it did not get the Oscar nomination, but it was worthy of one for sure.
yeah. And I mean, what can you say about this cast? I mean, just look at the faces on this poster. Um, the great Michael Fassbender, Kate Blanchett, um, Regé Jean Page, who like I've become such a huge fan of, Pierce Brosnan, Naomi Harris, uh, Tom Burke. But I especially want to mention, because she knocked my socks off, Marissa Abella,
Yeah.
um, who I just thought was incredible. And she's going to be in the new Highlander film, which I'm really excited about. And from what I understand, she's also on the show Industry, which she's probably known by a lot of people for that. I haven't seen that show, but yeah, I thought she was great in this. I mean, this is a movie that is just basically actors killing it. And it's just like, it's a tight film, wonderfully edited. Like I said, it's a thriller, and just by the time it worked its way towards that final confrontation, at the dinner table, and like I was just absolutely enthralled. This was instantly one of my favorite movies of the year, and I swore that it was going to have a place on my top 10 list at the end of the year, no matter like what else happened. I would, and I was resolute that I would push another movie off the list just to make room for this. And yeah, I absolutely adored it.
No, I mean, I did not catch up with this movie until later in the year, but it was mostly on the strength of your recommendation, Gwen, because I knew how much you loved it. And again, as soon as I saw it, I was like, I get why.
Yeah,
This is just an immaculately well crafted, you could say spy thriller, but really also more, in many respects a domestic drama, kind of a workplace, comedy in certain ways. And Steven Soderbergh, if you're familiar with his filmography, you know that he makes movies that are like tight as a whip. And this has a great screenplay by the great David Koepp. And I just think that the performances, if you cast Michael Fassbender and Cate Blanchett as the leads in your movie, you are automatically like at a baseline level of solid excellence that is, you can easily build on, and this movie does with its great supporting performances of Regé-Jean Page, Tom Burke,
Let me just set the stage for one of the early scenes of this movie. It's Michael Fassbender and Cate Blanchett's character inviting a group of coworkers over for dinner, some of who just really do not like each other.
Yeah.
Others who are involved in relationships, others who have been involved in affairs, drugs them so they'll be like, so they're tipsy and a bit more, forthcoming with the truth, and then proceeds to arrange for everybody to play a game where they're going to like say something that the person next to them should work on, and like, and needless to say, it doesn't go well.
Right.
It's all tied together by this firecracker dialogue that is just amazing, and the sequence ends with somebody getting stabbed in the hand, and it's an absolutely brilliant film. And yeah, and like I say again, just filled with actors who I like. And the only thing I'd really known Tom Burke from before this was Furiosa. Um, and I thought he did a great job in that movie, but it was when I saw him in this, I was like, oh, this guy is talented. Like, he's got this sort of natural chemistry. And I love it when he's being so defensive, with his girlfriend played by Marissa Bell, and he's like, "You are insane," but it's true. Like, he's totally been caught in a lie, and yeah, it's just an outstanding film. Like, I love movies where it's just actors getting to actor it up, and this is one of those movies.
Yeah, no, there are so many great set pieces between actors in this movie. You mentioned the great dinner scene. There were two great dinner scenes in this movie, one in the first act and one in the third act. But also, just any combination of actors in particular. I love the dynamic with Marissa Abella's character and her kind of a little bit of a fascination / crush on Michael Fassbender's George Woodhouse, where she's like, "When are you going to polygraph me?" And when he's outlining the dynamic he shares with his wife and why their marriage works, and she's like, "God, that's so hot." and and also, Cate Blanchett has a great sequence where she confronts Pierce Brosnan's Stieglitz, which I couldn't get out of my mind, Hugo Stiglitz from Inglourious Basterds. But yeah, he was up to some dastardly things, and she puts him in his place, and that was very enjoyable. Regé-Jean Page and Naomi Harris have a hilarious kind of breakup scene in the middle of the movie that I very much enjoyed. And yeah, ultimately, this movie has twists and turns, and it's revealed who's behind the plot at the center of it, and I found that very satisfying. But ultimately, this movie lives and dies just on like, I just want to watch these people like bounce off of each other. And that is a testament to the writing and the performances, and again, Steven Soderbergh's direction. This is a tightly wound watch of a movie, and it ticks in a very satisfying way.
We have joked in the past about we do enjoy watching hot people be hot together, and that goes for also hot people engaged in excellent scenes and dialogue together.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, no, I'm so glad to finally get to like have a space to rave about this movie, because it's been something that I've been waiting to do all year. And I knew it was going to be largely forgotten, by like the awards bodies and stuff, because
Yeah.
that's rather predictable, when a film comes out so early in the year. But I was like, I am going to, make sure everybody hears about how much I loved it. And so I'm very happy you enjoyed it as
I did indeed.
well. Yeah. Okay. What's
Right.
next for you?
All right. So this is my number 8, and this is the movie that became a fast riser when I saw it for the first time, and ultimately displaced, as I mentioned, another movie off my top 10 list. This is a movie that is up for the Oscars tonight, not only in Best Picture, but also in the Best International Feature category. It is The Secret Agent. This movie, this is the sentimental value poster, not the
Hey,
Secret
sorry.
Agent.
Sorry. That's Yeah, sorry, wrong one. Hold on. Sorry. I was yeah, you caught me off guard. I actually Oh, that's an oversight in my part. I don't have the poster for that one, but
Well,
even though
that's
I knew it was going to be on your list, but I got one for just about everything else. So.
no, that's fine. I like I said, this was going to be in my honorable mentions until very recently when I had a chance to revisit it, and I couldn't keep it out of my top 10. So for those who don't know about this movie, because I would suspect it's not the most widely seen, it is a Brazilian historical political thriller written and directed by a filmmaker named Kleber Mendonça Filho, and it stars Wagner Moura, who many people will know from the TV show Narcos and movies like Civil War, who's kind of been a well-established, well-respected actor for many years. He plays the lead in this movie, the character of Armando, going under the alias of Marcelo, because he is essentially being politically persecuted in 1997's Brazilian military dictatorship for reasons that really aren't much to do, or are really kind of just classic authoritarian state, underhanded, grifting, and his refusal to stay quiet about it leads him to essentially become the target of, there you go, of this regime. And the movie is essentially, it's him on the run in the city of Recife, and him coming into contact with a group of other essentially political refugees of this regime in this community that is being overseen by this character of Dona Sebastina, played by this actress, Tania Maria, who is not a professional actress. She is maybe 80 pounds, tiny Brazilian woman, chain smoking, wonderful actors, wonderful performance, so empathetic, so funny, so memorable, and all of the essentially the refugees that Armando / Marcelo meets during his time in this community are very distinctive. This character of Claudia, who he essentially develops kind of a romantic relationship with, these refugees from Angola, a couple of other young people on the run. And then his family, he's a widower, and his wife essentially was also the target of the regime, and he's been separated from his young son, and he really wants to get back to them and wants to him and live together and be a family, but unfortunately, this corrupt regime, this industrial titan who has put a death mark on his head and is sending corrupt policemen and hitmen after him. It becomes clear that this is not going to be possible for him to live in this country that he once called home, and so it becomes a race to get out. And obviously, given what's happening in our country, these themes feel very resonant. And in particular, there are a couple of standout sequences in this movie. One of which is where the character of Marcelo or Armando is essentially being interviewed by the character of Elsa, who plays essentially this opposition, resistance leader who is trying to, expose the dealings of the regime. And he agrees to be interviewed and tells her the story of how he came to be essentially targeted as a political, dissident. And it's such a mesmerizing, heartbreaking story as played by Wagner Moura, as the way he relays this story where essentially he crossed paths with this thuggish, guy who really just thought he could just walk all over him, and he refused to do so. And so he becomes marked for death. And it's really about him like reckoning with that. And there's a later scene in the movie where he is having kind of a last meal with all of these refugees before they all scatter, and he reveals his true name and tells his story, and Doña Sebastina kind of blesses the gathering as basically an idea that we were here, we're like, this is still our land, hopefully we will one day live in a Brazil that is less rife with mischief, as she says. And of course, the mischief is very dark and bloody because there's also a subplot essentially involving these hitmen and these corrupt cops who are trying to essentially kill Armando. And the way it all comes together is a very, classic political thriller that makes it feel, very satisfying in that way. And it seems like he's gotten out, but there's a central framing device of this movie where we learn that ultimately, no, he did not. And the movie is there's essentially this character who is doing research on this time in history and discovers Marcelo's story and goes to talk to his son about it, also played by Wagner Moura. And he talks about essentially that how he doesn't really have memories of his father at this time because his father was on the run. But he remembers essentially those times and how troubled they were. And it's a story really about like how many people get lost when something like this happens. But also how we can emerge from these times, and it can be things can get better, but we have to learn from history. And unfortunately, many of us fail to do that. So like I said, when I saw this movie, I was extremely impressed. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's not an easy watch. But the more I thought about it and the more that I reflected on it and revisited it, I'm like, this needs to be reflected in my top 10 list. I think it's an extraordinary movie.
Yeah, this was one of the movies that I wanted to make time for before discussion. I just didn't get around to it, mostly because of that runtime, and
Yeah,
there were things that I knew were going to be a bit easier to squeeze in. But I saw that. I think it's available to watch on Hulu, so I
it is.
really have no excuse not to get to it. So hopefully I'll get to it soon. And but yeah, and then you and I can have a a, a more two-sided conversation about it when that happens. But I know it's gotten a lot of acclaim. So yeah. But yeah, so the next film I'm going to go and throw out there is this year's winner for Best Animated Film, and
Yes.
that is K-pop Demon Hunters, which was such a nice surprise for me because this is, well, I say nice surprise. I was actually not see it because I didn't think it was going to be my cup of tea, which is in retrospect is really kind of silly because it's exactly the type of thing that I've been gravitating towards more often. Um, and then I finally saw it last I think October, uh, uh, either late September or early October when I went to go stay with Trish and her husband, and the choice came down. Were we to watch K-pop Demon Hunters or The Substance? I said K-pop Demon Hunters.
Yeah.
And I just absolutely fell in love with this film. I fell in love with, obviously, its music, which is absolutely incredible. I do believe there has not been a piece of music over the past several months that I have listened to more than the song "How It's Done." That has been on repeat, and so the music obviously, but I've also really responded to its themes of not only friendship, but also of sort of confronting the parts of yourself that you think are things you should be ashamed of, but in actuality, they're a big part of what make you who you are, and you should not be ashamed of those things. You should be willing to go out into the world and wear those things proudly. Um, and to hell with the people in your life who would have you cover those things up. And it's about finding solace in your relationships and the people that you trust and letting them in and letting them help you. um, I just think that this is such a beautiful film, both from its standpoint of what it has to say, its characters, and also just the way it fucking looks. It's such a gorgeously animated film. This is, continuing a trend of great looking animated films from Sony Animation, even though they ultimately passed on distributing the film and gave it to Netflix. They're regretting that now.
We
Um, and yeah, I like each time I watch this movie, particularly when you get to the end of the film and during the song, what it sounds like, which for my money is the song that should have been up for best original song this year if they were only nominating one. But I understand why they went with Golden, which is clearly the most iconic from the film. But you can't go wrong with any of the songs. It's it's just so utterly brilliant. I think that this is such an incredible emotional film and fun and like exciting and again catchy songs, and and it's exactly what it should be. Um and it has been one of the movies that I've probably watched most often this year. Um and I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think that this should have been in the best picture category as well as best animated feature. So yeah, and not only that, it should have also been up for best original screenplay as well. It's just an absolutely brilliant movie, and I have to thank the people that hounded me to watch it, particularly Trish, because I absolutely adore the movie, and it just recently got announced that Criterion is going to be releasing a
yeah.
4K Blu-ray for it, and you can bet your ass I'll be snapping that up.
As you should. And it's such a great choice for Criterion because it's not what you would think you would typically go for, but this is a movie that has defied expectations. Like as popular as K-pop is with many people around the world, no one would have predicted that this movie would become Netflix's most watched movie of all time. And that it would be such a resounding cultural phenomenon that it essentially became undeniable, not only for to win Best Animated Feature, but the song Golden like got Grammy nominations for Song of the Year. And as you said, even though it's fantastic and iconic, it might not even be the best song in the movie because you have no shortage of Takedown, how it's done, as you mentioned. So the Pop is a little on the bopper side for my taste, but it's a great sequence in the movie. What it sounds like, in particular, the your free. I love that the kind of the love song in the many ways between the character of Rumi, the lead of the band Huntrix, and the character of Genu, the leader of the Saja Boys, who is demonic by nature.
Yeah.
But and there is there's a very classic like good good girl bad boy vibe there, which the
It
enemies
doesn't.
love it.
I like the fact that the movie doesn't take that relationship necessarily where you would expect it to. It doesn't
Yeah.
end in sort of the cliche, oh, they've fallen in love, so they're gonna get it doesn't even end with, like, a kiss between them, so, like, I
No.
like that it stayed away from those kind of, tropes, and instead it's very much even though that is a very strong element of the movie, I think the movie is much more concerned with, the relationships between the 3 leads,
Yes,
you
yes.
know?
And but it is an aspect of the movie that I enjoyed because ultimately it becomes a story about forgiveness and reconciliation, and as you said, accepting yourself for who you are and taking accountability for your choices, as the character of Ginu ultimately does in a very emotional sequence near the end. But as you said, this movie really is ultimately about the 3 leads. Rumi, voiced by Arden Cho, with the great EJ providing Rumi's singing voice, and she
Yes.
will be an Oscar winner when Golden inevitably wins Best Original Song. Hell yes for that. Mei Hong is Mira, and Audrey Nuna provides her singing voice, and then Ji Young Yu as Zoe, and Rei Ami provides her singing voice. Their Huntrix wasn't like really a traditional band, but now they very much are, because I can't imagine that they're not going. Like, they've been everywhere, and
I
right,
bought a shirt at, the, Ocala Comic Con that, I went to with Trish, and it doesn't even say K-pop Demon Hunters on it, it just says Huntrix.
yes,
Like, so, yeah, whether whether they wanted it or not, they're they're now an actual group, and, like, they're gonna have to capitalize on that.
yeah. Well, I mean, to start, the movie's getting a sequel. We're probably not going to see it for a couple of years, but like, yeah, this is such a phenomenon that like it would have been irresponsible not to capitalize on it. But as you said, ultimately, it is a very emotional story, and it's not like, I know we had kind of had that dynamic where we were kind of teasing each other about like that K-pop Demon Hunters movie. Like, why are people so up on arms? And then you watch it and you're like, this is why you don't judge a book by its cover, because this is a special movie that I agree should have been nominated for Best Picture, because when a movie breaks through the cultural zeitgeist to this extent, I think it should be recognized as such. But it'll walk away with 2 Oscars, and essentially the world domination of everyone under the age of 25 at least.
Yeah, yeah, I'm just yeah, so many things that if this was a longer discussion, we could highlight. Just I'm thinking of the like the bird and the tiger. It's such a I love that so much, and like that's its own story, but and yeah, but I at the core of it, like I just really respond, and especially to Rumi, and like her sort of inner shame, and and learning to accept that about herself. I think that's something a lot of people can identify with, and and I certainly can, and so it's just it struck a particular chord with me, particularly at this time in my life, and like I said, I'm an emotional mess by the time like that final song hits, and um, it's just absolutely beautiful. So yeah, uh,
Great choice. And I'll just note as a final fun thing, even though these characters don't share scenes, this movie also features a lost reunion between Daniel Day Kim and Yoon Jin Kim. So
yeah.
I love that as well.
Um, just wanted to. I don't think either. I don't feel good about this. Some news just came through that the best performance by an actor in a supporting role went to Sean Penn for One Battle After Another.
I saw that. I did not see, even though I've got the second screen up here, whether or not he was even there to accept. Um, I we will, spoiler alert, One Battle After Another will be on my top 10 list a little later, but I will fully acknowledge he would not have been my choice, probably even from supporting actors in his movie, for this
Yeah,
award.
uh, yeah, we'll talk about that when we get into the movie. But yeah, particularly after the fact that I had just especially watched Sentimental Value with the anticipation that Stellan Skarsgård would be winning Best Supporting Actor. I'm feeling not great about the Academy's choice there, but we'll like I said, we'll talk more about that when we get there.
All
So
right.
what's your next film?
So I'm going to briefly skip my number 7 because I know that it is higher on your list, and I will move to my number 6, which I believe was in your honorable mentions, which is a film we don't have to spend too long on because we just did a stream on it a few weeks ago. It is James Gunn's Superman.
Yes.
Yes, I
By the
mean,
way, can I just say how much I freaking love this poster?
it is
Because
a
it just so embodies, what Superman should be, full of hope and
yes.
optimism.
Yeah, no, I mean this movie we did a stream on it back at the beginning of the year. It was kind of our kickoff for the year 2026 on the channel. And the reason you chose it as such was because of this movie's essentially themes of what the power of hope and optimism and believing in kindness in a world that thinks kindness is old fashioned. The idea that kindness is the real punk rock. And those ideas are wonderfully embodied by David Corenswet in a star-making performance as Clark Kent / Superman. Well supported by a great Nicholas Hoult turn as Lex Luthor and a great Rachel Brosnahan turn as Lois Lane, and a variety of other members of the Justice Gang: Nathan Fillion, Isabella Merced, and Edie Gathegi, as well as Anthony Kerrigan. I love this movie so much. It was essentially, with another movie that I know we will be talking about soon, kind of a class of movies that really brought kind of optimism and the power of what can be in this world back to superhero cinema. And I think that Superman, it was originally higher on my list before a couple other movies surpassed it, but the second I saw them, like, there's no way that's not making my top 10 of the year. And it really brought the character of Superman back to a place within the DC universe that I think is a strong foundation for storytelling going forward. And as a cornerstone of the DCU, the new DCU, I think it's a pretty spectacular one. So we don't have to spend too much longer on it because, again, we talked about it, but I know you love it too.
Yeah, this was the film that I felt really guilty about it ending up outside of my top 10. But we've done a great job of discussing, and heaping praise upon the movies that were outside of our top 10. So like I feel less guilty about it now, especially since, it's that we're talking about at this point in the stream, because it's an astonishing movie, just for my money, it's a brilliant, like, bright, shining start to the new DCU, at least on the live action side, because technically it started with Creature Commandos. But yeah, it's this movie's hope and optimism for me is just like it's incredibly important, especially at this time. And it just reminded me of why I love Superman so much, and also it was a different kind of Superman than we've ever gotten to see, because we enter into a world in which, like, it's not just Superman, there's other heroes, and like there's threats from other worlds, and it's the kind of Superman that we've gotten to see, like, in the realm of the comics and animated shows, but not necessarily in film. And and yeah, so I just I loved it to pieces. And obviously we heaped praise upon it when we did our stream, but like the cast is amazing, the music is great, uh and of course James Gunn's direction. I can't wait to see where things go next. Looking forward to both his Man of Tomorrow, which is the follow up to this one, but also especially to Supergirl coming out this year. So yeah, absolutely phenomenal, and yeah, uh, I'm just overjoyed that it, you know, I feel like, the box office and all that is one discussion, but I feel like this movie made a real cultural footprint this year, and I think it's funny how things work out because I think the movies we had are kind of reflective of the times we're in, and it's funny how I think we talked about this quite recently that when things are a bit brighter, we tend to want grittier, darker things. But then when things get dark in the real world, we look for that hope and optimism. And this is a movie that delivers that in spades.
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay. So next for me is we're actually entering into my to top five now. Our numbers may not be perfectly lining up, but that's because I know some of our choices coming up are going to be shared, so that's all right. We'll straighten out the order as we go. But yeah, the film I want to mention as my number five choice is from the great James Cameron, and that is Avatar: Fire and Ash.
Which is my number 7 that we just moved over. So
Yeah. Yeah, I was not expecting to love this as much as I did because even though I am quite a big fan of the original film, for whatever reason, the second one did not hit as hard for me. Maybe it was just the time. Also, I remember I had some technical issues with. I wasn't thrilled with the integration of like the different frame rates that James Cameron was using for whatever reason. I thought that it worked a lot better here. I don't know if that's because he worked on how it was implemented or maybe I was just prepared for it, but I thought that this was one of the most spectacular cinematic experiences I had all year. I thought the story was involving. The cast is just astonishing. Special note definitely has to go to Una Chaplin, who I just think created one of the most fascinating and compelling villains that I've seen in several years, and particularly in this franchise. But also, all the praise in the world has to go to the rest of the cast, led by Sam Worthington and Zoe Saldana, Stephen Lang, Sigourney Weaver, and more. I just it's an over 3 hour, you know, 3D extravaganza, and it did not feel like it to me. I thought that this was just outrageously entertaining, and I actually went to go see it, I believe, 3 times in the cinema. So that should be, let that be a testament to how much I enjoyed it. I honestly feel you know, I know you kind of mentioned this, and I think it's a valid point that the first one probably narratively is like tighter and more sort of works a little bit better again narratively. But I gotta say, I think Fire and Ash is my favorite of the three, and like I enjoyed it so much that uh, obviously the 3D experience in theater was spellbinding, and that's why I went to go see it 3 times. But I'm also like, I can't wait for this to come out on home video, even if I won't be able to watch it in 3D because I enjoyed the movie that much, and I'm looking forward to revisiting the story and the characters. And yeah, so I was, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my god, I'm so excited about this movie, and I'm excited to like put it in my top 5 of the year because I just loved it so much. And yeah, James Cameron, tip of the cap to you because you're still showing everybody how it's done. And I it does seem like they're going to be pressing forward with the future films, which I know there was some self-made drama about that from Cameron himself about whether or not he would do it, but it seems like they're pressing forward, and I can't wait. All I can say is, um, you know, I need more of the toxic, relationship that is Stephen Lang and Una Chaplin's characters. It's oh my god, I just love them together. And
Yeah, I mean, I'm so glad that this movie is so high on your list. I only got to see it the once in cinema. I'm jealous that you got to see it 3 times. I can't wait till this comes on home video. But yeah, what a theatrical experience it was. And like you, even though I enjoyed The Way of Water immensely, like I did feel in certain respects like it didn't hit quite as hard for me as the first Avatar. And in many respects, I think that's because in the original concept stage, The Way of Water and Fire of Ash were supposed to be one movie. I don't know how the hell James Cameron thought that was going to work because these movies are so big, unless that movie was going to be 5-6 hours long. But I do think that Fire and Ash ultimately, even though it's continuing the story of The Way of Water and many of the characters in it, particularly the Sully family, it's just it works for me on such a higher level. And not only in terms of its visual splendor and the incredible, creatures and design of the world of Pandora, but also in the emotions. The character of Kiri, played by Sigourney Weaver, has a big role in this one, and her relationship with Jack Champion Spider is a very important touchstone. But I do have to be honest. Like, there is one thing that Fire and Ash has that The Way of Water did not, and it is Una Chaplin. And I do think that she bears a large responsibility for why I enjoyed this movie so much, because incredible character, incredible villain to introduce into this world. Not only in terms of her design, like one of the most inspired Oscar nominations of the year was the fact that Avatar: Fire and Ash got in for costume design. People were like, "It's a digital movie. How did it have?" And like, look at Barang, and you will know why it got nominated for best costume design.
and it's called best costume design. Like they
Exactly.
still have to design the costumes, even if it's going to be done in the computer. Like,
Yeah, and they actually make the physical costumes in the real world for reference for the CGI. So yeah, the people who didn't understand that information are, they can kiss off. But yeah, you and I have an enduring affection for Una Chaplin, again from her Game of Thrones days as Lady Talisa Meiger. And not to and we've always been like, why isn't she a bigger star? She's Charlie Chaplin's granddaughter. She was incredible in Game of Thrones. But this is her big break. And I hope it means good things for her going forward. And
it's funny because they shot this years ago. And
yeah.
so it's just so but like this was in, you know, this stuff was all shot just waiting to be released, and she's just been sort of off doing her own thing, and now this is hitting, and I certainly hope that it leads to bigger and better things because
Mm.
I think she's outrageously talented. I think you and I have both been on that train that she was ridiculously underappreciated for her work as Talisa in Game of Thrones, and yeah, I really hope that this gets her a lot more attention. I mean, it already has, but hopefully, I don't want her to just be that that actress who then was in the Avatar movies and
Yeah.
and nothing else. I really hope that um that she gets the recognition and like there's directors out there who are like, I want to work with her because they should. And so yeah, fingers crossed for that. Yeah, she is the secret weapon of this movie. The tent scene between her and Stephen
Oh my,
Lang, and just dear God, absolutely incredible.
yeah,
Um, their 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 chemistry, their dynamic, like absolutely incredible. Which is not to take anything away from all the other actors in this film, because I just think the performances are great. And like, and I know there's been a narrative about the Avatar films over the years about, you know, people saying, you know, that they're heavily flawed, the dialogue, you know, isn't great, and all that stuff. But it's like, I'm sorry, by this point, like, with how well this film did, um, y'all need to shut up.
yeah.
Like, it's clear that these films are still insanely popular and that they have a massive audience. And you don't have to shut up. So everybody can say what they want, but stop trying to pretend like these movies haven't made and haven't continued to make a large cultural footprint. Um, and yeah, I just I'm a bit tired of that talk, because um, you all got to stop underestimating James Cameron.
You need to you need to learn this lesson. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
yes, perish the thought that Avatar: Fire and Ash only made like 1.4 billion and 2 billion like the
Oh
first
no.
movie. But yeah, it does seem like it's met that financial threshold that we're going to continue the story. And after this entry, I can't wait to see what comes next. I will just note, like, yes, like, Una Chaplin is definitely the biggest highlight. I always go back to this Bluesky tweet from the gentleman Corey Atad, who in the aftermath of seeing the movie for the first time tweeted, James Cameron was like, "Remember Una Chaplin from Game of Thrones? Well, now she's an evil blue alien and the hottest person you've ever seen in your entire." And I would just like, accurate, but also just there is so much more to the performance than that. She's
Uh,
an icon, instantly iconic villain.
I will quote our friend Obi to the end of my days. I don't actually remember the exact full, post he made, but something to the effect of, I didn't realize all I needed was my blue mommy dommy. I'll leave that as it. Yeah. No, it's, but no, to draw back from that a little bit, like, it's not all thirst. Like, she is absolutely phenomenal in this film. Her performance is out of this world. And, and we've talked privately about, like, there's just moments in this movie that, like, that final moment between her and Kiri, I just absolutely love, like, the fear in her eyes when she recognizes Awa in Kiri. And it's just, yeah, it's so amazing. I can't wait to see her back in the next film. And yeah, and also, before we move on, I just, obviously, I sang the praises of, the ensemble, but particularly Zoe Saldana, but especially Sam Worthington, who I perhaps have not given him his due in the past, but I thought he was absolutely spectacular in this installment. And I think he is just, I mean, it's no surprise, it's been years, but he has gotten better and better as these films have gone on. And I think his performance in this film was incredible.
This movie, like the core actors, Stephen Lang, Zoe Saldana, Una Chaplin, and especially Sam Worthington, who has been the lead and anchor of all three so far. At some point, as a society, we are going to have to evolve. I have to believe we're going to have to evolve past our bias against motion capture actors and people who think that it's the computer doing most of the work. Like, we have basically more than like 25 years of data at this point, from going back to Ahmed Best as Jar Jar Binks and Andy Serkis as Gollum, to say that these are actors giving amazing performances in these movies, and they need to be recognized as such. Like there was never a chance that this movie was going to get acting nominations for Oscars. It didn't even get in for Best Picture, but it's like, this is great work, guys, and you just have to open your eyes past the blue skin to see it.
Just one final note before we move on. I want to bow at the altar of Simon Franklin, who has admirably continued the work of James Horner from that first film, and I feel like I perhaps did not appreciate his work on The Way of Water as much as I should have back when the film came out. But particularly his work on this film was out of this world. So yeah, I feel like somewhere up above, James Horner is smiling down on him because he's done a great job of continuing that musical legacy, but also forging his own path with it. So,
Absolutely.
Okay, what's next for you?
All right, so this is my number 5 is a movie that we have touched on obliquely already in this stream, but now we get to fully celebrate it because you did see it, and that is Sentimental Value. So this movie is, obviously nominated at the Oscars for both Best Picture and Best International Feature, and it has 9 nominations total, including, in something I'm very happy about, nominations for all 4 of its central performances.
I was so happy to hear about that because I was under the mistaken impression that it was only Stellan Skarsgård and Elle Fanning who were nominated, and so when I learned that the other, actresses, in particular the lead actress, were nominated, I was extraordinarily gratified because they are stunning.
They are. In particular, I will just note that the reason I came to this movie and was so looking forward to it has to do with the lead actress Renate Reinsve and her previous collaboration with the writer and director of this movie, Joachim Trier, along with his co-writer Eskil Vogt, a movie called The Worst Person in the World, which was a movie that was not really on my radar back in 2021 when it came out, but it started getting a lot of acclaim and ultimately got a Best Original Screenplay nomination. And so when I watched it, I was just completely, it knocked my socks off. In that movie, Renate Reinsve is playing essentially a woman in her 20s who is essentially trying to figure out her life and how and who she's supposed to be, and it's done through the realms of her shifting careers and her shifting relationships, including one with a character played by Anders Danielsen Lai, who is also in this movie as her love interest as well. And she was so incredible in that movie. Like my jaw hit the floor. Like, who is this woman? How have I never heard of her before? And so when I heard when she was going to be working again with Joachim Trier on this movie, and it was going to feature Stellan Skarsgård and Elle Fanning, 2 actors who I think are incredible, I was just like, I can't wait for this. And then the crazy thing, I actually think there's a case to be made that the best performance in this movie might be another actress who I'd never heard of, which is Inga Ibsdottir Lilius, who plays her sister. This movie, I mean, ultimately it's a relatively simple story about a fractured family. If Worst Person in the World was really about the uncertainties that come with, growing, starting your life and trying to figure out your place in the world. This is a movie essentially about not only the impacts of generational trauma, but how fractured relationships and how they can be healed up to a point through the power of storytelling and narrative art, and why that still matters. Because the relationship between Renate Reinsve's Nora and Stellan Skarsgård's Gustav is obviously fractured in the beginning of this movie. He essentially is traumatized by the suicide of his mother when he was young, and has now written a film that he wants his estranged daughter, to star in. And she refuses because he really wasn't present in her childhood. So he casts Elle Fanning's character, Rachel Kemp, instead. But the way that this movie ultimately reveals that there's more to the story, there is a hidden trauma that had not been acknowledged related to Nora's character, who had made her own suicide attempt and had not told her father about it because he wasn't present. But somehow it seems like he knew anyway, and this is his way of like reaching out to her. The scene where that information comes out is a scene between Renata Reinsva as Nora and Inga Ibsdottir Lillis as Agnes. It's just a scene in a bedroom between two sisters, and it's so powerful and so emotional that it is one of the rarest levels of cinema that I experienced, which is I almost forgot to breathe watching it. And the fact of just the, Renata, in addition to the revelation coming out, Renata Reinsva's character looking at her younger sister and basically saying, "How did you turn out so well when I became so fucked up?" And she just says, "Well, there was one thing that I had that you didn't have. I had you." And just the embrace that they share, I was just like, this is just like what great acting. Like, I would show this movie to anyone who wants to know what great acting is. And there's another great scene between Stellan Skarsgård and Rachel Kemp's Ella Fanning's character, when he essentially she has come to recognize that perhaps she's not right for this part because he wrote it for his daughter, and she feels guilty about letting him down. And just the warmth and empathy and grace that he shows her in that scene is just another brilliant moment between these two actors. And then ultimately the way the movie ends with the revelation that Nora does agree to make the film, and she goes through the kind of the final shot as envisioned by her father. It's essentially an almost wordless sequence where the camera is just focused on Renata Reinsva. And then the scene ends and she shares a look with her father, and there's a new understanding between them. And I was just like, God damn, this movie moved me in ways I didn't even know it was possible.
And one of the scenes in the film that really struck me the most was the scene um, between Gustav and Agnes,
Yes.
where he's reminiscing about how wonderful it was when she was on set with him, and she's been the one who's kind of always supporting him in these arguments, between him and her sister, and this is the moment where she really has sort of had enough and stands up to him and says, "Yes, it was great, but then you left." And her performance, especially in that scene, just broke my heart. And yeah, it just, what I enjoyed so much about this film is that both of the actresses who played both Nora and Agnes were unknown to me. And so, and there's an authenticity that you get when, you know, or that you feel when you don't know the performers on screen and they're doing these absolutely, because it's different from when you see like famous Hollywood faces. No matter how good they are, you have an association from something else. And so it's something that I always like about watching, you know, films from another country, or that often I won't know the performers. And it can be a real unique experience. And so and that's what I got, especially with those characters in this movie, which is not to take away from somebody like Elle Fanning, who I thought did a spectacular job. And in particular, that scene that you mentioned where she wants to pull out of the film because she senses that not only does she feel she's not right for the film, but she feels like her presence is turning the film into something that it shouldn't be. The fact that it's because she's cast that the film is going to be in English, which she feels is totally wrong. And yeah, the just the interplay between her and Stellan Skarsgård in that scene is so wonderful, because he's going through so much, and he's devastated at the thought of not getting, because he needs to exercise these demons inside of him by making this film, but also, he's not gonna, you know, take it out on her that she wrecked it. Like because in his own words, like she's actually being incredibly amazing with the way she's handling it. She's not leaving it to, you know, um, like her agents, or or just staying in the film just because it would be good for her career. It's just, I really love that scene between them. I thought it was really very beautiful. And I will say that this film started off with the most like anxiety driven opening to a film experienced in a really long time, and I did not know if I was going to be able to handle it. Because I felt Nora's panic and stress, and I'm like, it's absolutely brilliant, but not necessarily the easiest thing to sit through if you've been having your own battle with anxiety. Um, but yeah, it's yeah, I thought it was a brilliant film. I'm glad it's on your top 10, and I'm glad we got to talk about it because yeah, I think it's exceptional, and I'm bummed, really bummed that Stellan didn't win the Oscar tonight for it.
I did too, because when I saw it, I really thought that this was going to be his moment. As it turns out, it's is his first ever career nomination. So I'm at the very least glad that thanks to this movie, we will always be able to say Academy Award nominee Stellan Skarsgård, even though I think he again deserved more. And yeah, the last thing I want to say about this movie is just that, like, again, it really kind of speaks to a theme that I noticed throughout my top 10 list, which is essentially the power of art, to essentially achieve catharsis in broken relationships. And the only reason that this movie is not higher on my top 5 list is because there's another movie closer to the top that I think did it even better. But movie is exceptional.
Yeah. Um, okay. So next, it's my number 4 choice, and I'm so glad I was able to stick with that, and it
Yes.
panned out that way. Number 4 is Marvel Studios' The Fantastic Four.
It had to be. It was destiny.
It, oh yeah, this was, oh my god, I love this movie so much, and I gushed about it on our stream, so we don't have to spend too long on it, but this is a movie that, I, whether I knew it or not, I've been wanting it for so long. I was, when I was growing up, Marvel was X-Men, Spider-Man, and the Fantastic Four. And um, and while I did enjoy like past iterations of the Fantastic Four, to a certain degree, thinking back to the 2005 film, I enjoyed is the word I would use. I don't think I was super impressed necessarily with it. But I mean, we had Jessica Alba as Sue Storms. You know, but this is like the film I've been waiting for these characters. It embraces the nostalgia of the 60s setting of this while taking place in another universe, so it's also free to do its own stuff. So it's not our world in the 60s. It's a retro futuristic, world, and uh, and just the cast across the board, Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby. Um, sorry, I'm we've been going for a while now, so I'm not always gonna remember every name. Okay, Evan Moss Backrack as Ben Grimm, Joseph Quinn as Johnny Storm, Julia Gardner, uh, Ralph Ineson as Galactus himself. But like, but the things that I really want to hit home about with this film are, first and foremost, I should have been nominated for best original score.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably should have won, in my opinion. That's Michael Giacchino's music for the film. The production design on this movie should have been recognized. It's my favorite production design on our comic book film since the original X-Men film. Uh, and and just like, it's a film that's so full of heart, and with its focus on the characters, and the fact that this is a story about family, which is what's crucial to getting a Fantastic Four movie right. um yeah, like I said, I don't want to belabor on it too long because we already devoted an entire stream to this film, but it is one of my favorite Marvel Studios films ever made. In a lot of ways, it's my, sort of, it feels like this is the phase one Marvel movie that would have like appealed to my heart, and I just, now I'm so excited to see them return in the Avengers movie coming up. And I'm just, yeah, I love this movie with all of my heart. It was my favorite comic book film of the year, and it was a great year for comic book films. uh and so, yeah, I just, I'm very happy to be able to place this as number 4 on my list, not only for the pun of it all, but just because I really wanted to have it up really high, because I especially because I've been like this, in a lot of ways I've been dismissive of Marvel Studios over the years, with a number of exceptions, but for the most part I've given them a hard time, as most people will know. But when I love something they've done with all my heart and soul, I really want to shout it out, and that is the case with this film. I think it's an absolutely beautiful, brilliant piece of work. And yeah, and not only am I looking forward to seeing them return in Avengers Doomsday, but I cannot wait until the next actual Fantastic Four movie, because I think it's great, and I think it portends great things to come. And a shout out just to Matt Shackman for directing this wonderful film.
No, another Game of Thrones alum. He had directed the great episode "The Spoils of War" in season 7. But yes, this you said it all. I'm so happy that it's on your list, and I'm so happy that it is number 4, because yes, the symmetry is too perfect. As you said, we talked about this on a full stream a while back at the end of last year, and this was a movie that as you said, I'd enjoyed previous iterations of the Fantastic Four, specifically the Ewan Gruffa, Jessica Alba versions. But this was on another level, within a phenomenal cast, incredible music, incredible production design. That is another aspect of the movie that should have been recognized. But ultimately, just as another movie that, along with Superman, as I alluded to earlier, really drove home the theme of hope and optimism in superhero cinema, and why we need these heroes. And I think that this iteration of the Fantastic Four, I'm very glad that we will get to see them in Avengers Doomsday and going forward. But it shouldn't. But I really think what was really special about this movie was it perhaps because it took place in an alternate timeline, it really just got to be a pure Fantastic Four movie. Without some of the associated, connections to, the entire web of the Marvel Cinematic Storytelling that we will obviously get in the multiverse with Doomsday. But this movie, it was just, from the beginning all the way up until, the final moments, it was just a delight. It is firmly enmeshed in my honorable mentions. I wish it could be higher. But they're, when we're ready to transition, it will be because there was another Marvel movie that is going to be number 4 on my list. That personally was the highlight of the year for me, but that takes nothing away from Fantastic Four. I think it's great.
Yeah, no, the joys about having two of us here is that we pick up the slack, when a movie gets off, when the other person's list leaves a title off. But yeah, and just like one final thing, I'll just say, I just, it's not necessarily my favorite thing about this movie, but I just love the fact that this has a song in the end credits called "Let Us Be Devoured,"
Yeah,
about the Galactus cult.
and it's pretty good.
Yeah, I love it. Okay. So what's next for you?
Well, I basically tipped it. My number 4 of the year is also a Marvel movie. Even though it ultimately, I would say, deals more with themes of like crushing depression rather than hopeful optimism, the way it ultimately resolves those themes is very poignant and moved me deeply. My number 4 of the year is Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts * The New Avengers. And yes, we did a whole stream on this. I will just say that, to reiterate, this was not one of my most anticipated Marvel movies when they announced it. I was looking forward much more to movies like Captain America: Brave New World, which, again, I think worked for me in many respects, particularly Anthony Mackie's performance. But when I saw the cast of Thunderbolts, I was like, okay, that'll be an interesting movie, incorporating some of the misfits from the Marvel Cinematic Studios timeline. But my number one reason to see it was that it was going to Florence Pugh as Yelena was going to be the lead. And I'm like, I'm glad she's got a movie to kind of take that charge, because I thought she was great in the Black Widow films and the Hawkeye series. I was not prepared for how phenomenal I thought she was in this movie. Like, in my fantasy land where like I got to pick all the Oscar nominees, she would be nominated for Best Lead Actress. I thought she was just that good. And her relationship in this movie, not only with the entire misfit cast of, David Harbour as the Red Guardian and Wyatt Russell as John Walker, redeeming himself, not performance-wise, he was always great, but as a character in this movie from his performance in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. The great Sebastian Stan as Bucky Barnes, the great Hannah John Kamen as Ava Star/Ghost, Taskmaster as Olga Kurylenko, briefly. The great Julie Louis-Dreyfus as the villain, Valentina de Allegra de Fontaine. But ultimately, it is the relationship between Florence Pugh and Lewis Pullman's Bob that is the heart of this movie. Because this movie really, as I alluded to, it really deals with heroes who are depressed, bordering on perhaps suicidal in many respects, and they are not. None of them are in a good place in the start of this movie, but ultimately, it is a story about how communities that you find, even if they don't seem like the ones you would expect at the beginning, they can save you. And the way that this movie ultimately culminates with not like ultimately, yes, world destroying stakes, but shot and framed in a way that I'd never seen before, and ultimately resolving not with a big duel between superpowered individuals, but essentially with two characters sitting across from one another. One of them, Yelena, reminding the other, Bob, you're not alone. We have to, we have, you can't shove it down, Bob. We have to let it out. We have to spend time together. And I promise you, even if it seems impossible, you will feel lighter. How do you know? Because it already has for me. And then the moment in the climax where, they essentially bring Bob back from the brink of total darkness and his alter ego, the Void, by just holding him and letting him know that they're there. And that is how they win. A true, to tip what we're talking about last week, that's how we win, not fighting what we hate, saving what we love moment. And I thought that this movie, this is, but I can pretty say this is my favorite Marvel Studios project since Avengers Endgame, quite comfortably. And I think it's probably in my top 5 of all the output they put out. I just thought it was extraordinary.
Yeah, this is a movie that's like I loved it when I first saw it, but every successive time I've watched it, it's enhanced my love of it, and I just find myself loving it more and more and more. And this was, in fact, my number 8 on the list. Held off on it because I knew it was going to be higher on yours. Such a beautiful film. Again, sort of hitting me at the right time, as I've been going through some stuff, especially over the past year, honestly, longer if I'm honest. And so this really spoke to me, but like for a movie that's very visually dark, like I also think it's one of the most beautifully shot Marvel films because a lot of the other Marvel films, like, and this is not me like making a criticism of the way they're shot because directors and cinematographers have, the way they decide to shoot them. But it's more of a, I would say it's more of a criticism of a lot of the way a lot of digital films are shot, where they don't have like those deep, solid blacks, and it's the colors are a bit gray. And this film, like, there's not that much color, but when it's there, it shines brightly,
Yeah.
and the blacks are nice and deep and inky, and, like, I just think it's beautifully shot, and then, like, the imagery itself, like, with the void, and, like, I just think that's so brilliant, and, um but then even like the flesh tones on the actors, faces and stuff. I just think it's a beautifully shot film, and I think everything from the lighting to the camera shots themselves, like it just looks like $1,000,000. And yeah, and it's emotional, and it's dealing with these things of, it's a Marvel movie dealing with depression. Like, it's just so not what you expect normally from a movie like this. And but it's also a lot of fun, you know. The main cast, like, just, you got Florence Pugh and oh god, why am I blanking on his name? Uh
David Harbour, the Red
David
Guardian.
Harbour, yeah, who, like, alternatively will be snapping at each other and being a great comedic duo, but then, like, when you get towards the end of the film, and she's telling him, like, what life has been like for her, and how, depressed she is, and then, and then he's doing his absolute best to, like, cheer her up, and tell her, like, how much she means to him. And it's just, it's such an emotional film. And like I said, we could spend forever just going on about it, but that's why we did a whole stream about it. So please go watch that stream if you haven't seen it. But yeah, it's just absolutely amazing film. And if anything, I don't want to shortchange the actors right here, so I'm just going to go ahead and, yeah, I mean, Sebastian Stan is always, great, but, like, really Wyatt Russell is
Mm.
one of the MVPs of this film. Like, as John Walker, I hated him prior to this, and now I really love him. So, Lewis Pullman in particular as Bob, which, it's hilarious that this is now the second time he's played a character named Bob.
Mm.
Um, and Julia Louis Dreyfus, it's just horrible, but also hilarious. And there's many other actors, um, but just I singled him out on the stream too. But I want to make sure I do it again. It's a small part, but Wendell Pierce as
Mhm.
Congressman Gary. I just like his comedic timing. This was so good. So like, and he's in Superman too. So
Yes, he is. So he had a great year in superhero film. This was a great year in superhero film overall. And even though like Thunderbolt's a little higher on mine and the Fantastic Four is a little higher on yours, and we talked about Superman as well, like I just I'm so happy that we have all of these movies,
yeah,
and I'm looking very much forward to seeing the new Avengers in Doomsday. And all the more so, you mentioned the gorgeous cinematography by Andrew Draws Palermo, who shot The Green Knight, a movie I know you love very much,
yes,
and I do too. But in particular, the director Jake Schreier, who will be tackling Marvel Studios' X-Men film when the time comes, and I cannot think of a better choice based on his work on this film.
Just one shot that I really want to single out is it's very early on in the film. It's when Yelena is like fighting her way through that hallway in the beginning, and you're just seeing all the shadows on the ground, which is sorry for the pun, foreshadowing
Mm-hmm.
um, the void, and I just stuff like that just is why I love this movie so much because as much as it's incredibly emotionally engaging, but I also get a lot of joy out of geeking out over things like cinematography and yeah, this movie just does a great job with all of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, so um all right, next for me, uh which is high on both of our lists. Um I believe unless something changed. I don't think it did. Is the absolutely breathtaking masterpiece known as Hamlet.
yeah, this is my number two.
Yeah. Um, I don't know where to even start because we have not had the opportunity to do a stream on this film. So let's be careful not to go on forever about it. But yeah, directed by Chloe Zhao, starring the absolutely astonishing Jesse Buckley, Paul Mescal, Emily Watson, Joe Alwyn, uh, uh, Jacobi Jupe, if I'm getting that correctly.
Jacoby
Uh,
Jupe, yeah.
Ju- um, and many other players who are all brilliant, including Noah Jupe, who actually plays Hamlet in the stage production of Hamlet, who is the older brother of Jacoby Jupe, who is Hamnet himself. So, uh, yeah, this is uh, what can I say? I saw this movie and I walked out of it and I was like, fuck, that is a stunning piece of cinema. Um, it's a film that is not necessarily super joyous for a lot of its runtime. There's a lot of hardship on display, but it's raw human emotion throughout. And then it ends with the most astonishing, breathtaking display of the power of the human spirit. And, and it just, again, this is one of those movies that just hit me at the right time. And it's a movie that takes the pain of grief, but shows that through art, it can be transformed. And there can be redemption found in that and you can take the love that you had for someone who was so dear to you and then use that to then pass you know pass their joy and their spirit onto the rest of the world in a way that will be meaningful. And I just I don't know what else to say other than like this is, I think, one of the most masterful films of the year, and a film that could have very easily been my number one. Like I will be honest, my top three choices are really quite interchangeable for me, and so yeah, I just I adore this movie from the opening frame to the very end. A film that I happily stayed throughout the end credits for, just listening to the music. Uh, and yeah, and, I mean, obviously Jesse Buckley, like out of this world, phenomenal. First time I've been quite as impressed by Paul Mescal, who I'm kind of like. I'll be honest, I haven't necessarily responded to the work of his that I had seen thus far, but then I saw this film and I was like, no, this guy is an incredible talent, and I only wish he had been awarded with a nomination for best supporting actor. I think he deserved it. And yeah, again, a movie that showcases what can happen when you get great child performers. Um, just absolutely outrageous. And the score by Max Richter, which is absolutely incredible. And it's interesting because if you get the soundtrack, you actually are treated to two different versions of the final scene. You get the score they ultimately ended up using, which is the piece of music on The Nature of Daylight, which we've heard in many other films, which works perfectly. But then also you have his original concept for the scene, um, which it showed up in quite a number of the trailers and TV spots for the film, and it would have been amazing as well. Um, so yeah, for those if you like the movie, I'll pick up the soundtrack because you get some extra treats on there. Um, just a stunning masterwork from beginning to end. Something that makes you feel happy to be alive to experience something like it. And yeah, I'll let you go on now.
No, I mean, I loved everything you're saying there. This movie, along with the movie that is my number one, are the two movies this year that I think are unequivocal cinematic masterpieces. And in another year, this would have been my number one easily. I was looking forward to this from the moment I heard about it, primarily on the strength of my love for its lead actress, Jessie Buckley, who I think has been doing exceptional work for the past decade, ever since I first saw her in the Tom Hardy series Taboo, and was just like, who the heck is that? And then incredible underseen movies like Beast and The Wild Rose. But this is the best work of her career. And she's been the runaway favorite for Best Actress all year, deservingly so, I think, because this is my favorite cinematic performance of the year in any movie. She is breathtaking, mesmerizing, heartbreaking, and whenever she shares the screen with Paul Mescal, it's just, again, you almost forget to breathe. And
She was,
I think,
by the way, I do want to just say real quick because I'm contractually obligated uh, to cite something whenever there's a connection between another actor and Keira Knightley. She was also in the film Misbehavior. Uh,
yes, which is a riotous good time, and that movie, if you've ever seen Jessie Buckley on the interview circuit in real life, you know that she is an absolutely delightful, fun-loving woman with a beautiful laugh, and she gets to show that side of herself much more in those types of movies. Not as much of it in this, but what she does get to show is her astonishing talent for dramatic work. And in this, and I also want to highlight the filmmaker Chloe Zhao, who had won an Oscar for the movie Nomadland back in 2020. That movie was widely hailed. I think it's very good. This, to me, is the best movie of her career. And it's also produced by Steven Spielberg and Sam Mendes. And the fact that they trusted Chloe Zhao with this material speaks volumes about her talent as a filmmaker. Because if you listen to her speak about it, you know how deeply empathetic she is and the feelings that she puts out into the world. This movie really follows in her image, a movie that really teaches you to live with your heart open, to shut it not in the dark, but turn it to the sun, as a character says in this movie. And it is obviously a very difficult movie to watch in certain respects, because I'm just going to say it because, in my view, you can't really spoil history. The story of this movie is about William Shakespeare and his wife Agnes, the death of their son Hamnet in the plague, and you may note the fact that Hamnet sounds very similar to Hamlet. That's because it is. There's even a title card that opens the movie that notes in these times these names were considered interchangeable. And when I talked about essentially the power of cinematic of art to heal fractures in in families, in lives, in the world. This is a movie that shows you how that's possible, because obviously when they lose their son in tragic circumstances, originally like him essentially in a beautiful moment, essentially giving his life to his sister who was on her deathbed almost, and then passing on himself, and the devastation that wrecks on this family. And it feels like it's something you can't come back from, because many couples cannot come back from losing a child like this. And Jessie Buckley's Agnes, obviously, she resents in many respects the fact that her husband has been off, writing plays in London, because, and not there with the family, while she has been, holding up to the end. But when she sees what he has wrought, and the fact that this play, this what many people consider to be perhaps the greatest work in the English language, Hamlet, and the fact that this movie essentially recontextualizes it as his love letter and his apology, essentially, to his son, to the death of his son, who he loved more than the world, but was not there for it when he needed him most. And the way that, the fact that the only way he could express that love was in this way. And, the scene where he is talking to the actor, Noah Jupe, playing Hamlet, who looks very much like his Hamlet because it's his brother playing the role, but and he's playing Hamlet's father as a ghost, and the way just the raw emotion that pours out of him in that scene, and you just know what is really at the heart of it. Again, this is a sequence where I just was having to consciously remember to breathe. Agnes's recognition of that, and of course the absolutely brilliant moment, which was not scripted. They found it in the filming process, when as the actor playing Hamlet is giving his death speech and is reaching his arms out to the crowd, and Jessie Buckley puts her arm out and almost touches him, and then the rest of the crowd does touch him, and it's very much like the rest of the world reaching out to this boy, to this man who could have been Hamlet, and knowing that even though the boy known as Hamlet died, he will live on through this absolute masterwork of a piece of art in the play Hamlet. And when I don't want to spoil too much about it, because this is a movie I would love to do a full stream with you with Gwen at some point if you were ever interested. But there's a brilliant quote that Chloe Zhao had about this moment in this scene that has never left my mind since I heard it, which is she says, all living things must die, passing through nature into eternity, and eternity is in some way love. And I just think that, again, this movie wrecks me emotionally, as it does many people. And but I think that it is an example of what art can do at its very best. I think it is a true masterpiece, and I love it more than words can say.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, I can't think about that final sequence without getting emotional. It's just, oh man, an absolutely gorgeous, breathtaking movie, and yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, there's just so much I'd love to get into about it, but I think we will have to save that for a full stream on the movie because it deserves so much more than we can possibly give to it in this short amount of time. Um, yeah, wow. Just I'm just when I think of the imagery just of the actor playing Hamlet extending out his arms and just I think a nice sort of way to sort of talk about that final scene before we move on to the next thing would be just to um, really highlight the fact that uh, I think part of what's so powerful, especially to those of us who care about art and cinema and drama and all these things, is that I think that this scene speaks to the communal, you know, sort of power of bringing a group of people together to experience a story when, you know, when film as an art form is fighting to, you know, be seen in the cinemas and, you know, and when streaming is so popular, but like you watch this final scene and the emotion, the power of the scene, it's all happening because there's a group of strangers crowded in a theater, um, witnessing not only this phenomenal story, but this the grief of a mother reaching out to her son um and then that and whether those people in the theater know that's what's happening is irrelevant. They're feeling her response to it as well as their own response, and like this is what happens when you're gathered together to experience something, rather than what you're experiencing on your own. So I think that it is having a, aside from the emotion of just the moment itself, it is sort of a meta moment, you know, a thing where this is what the art of cinema is truly about, and the art of drama, um and and it hits different watching this film in the theater, particularly during that sequence. I don't think it's still incredibly powerful at home if you're watching if you're watching it, but there is something about sitting there in the theater with other people as you're watching that unfold. Um and yeah, it's just an absolutely breathtaking, beautiful film. And like I said, we can wax poetic about it a bit more if we do a full stream on the film. But yeah, it absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, what's next?
All right, so I think
For
we
you?
have three movies left to talk about, one of which I know will be shared between us. My next movie, my number three, is a movie I know is not on your list. We have talked about why, but I do think it deserves to be recognized. It has risen up higher than I originally thought it would be. And it is a movie that is being celebrated at the Oscars tonight and will probably be the Best Picture winner.
I think
And I
it's
think
fairly certain at this point.
I think so too. And well, obviously Sinners and the movie that we have yet to discuss, I think are personally for me my my top 2 favorite movies of the year. I think that this movie deserves the acclaim it has been getting. This is one battle after another. Paul Thomas Anderson's epic adaptation of the novel Vineland by Thomas Pynchon, updated for the modern context, starring Leonardo DiCaprio, Oscar-nominated, Benicio del Toro, Oscar-nominated, Teyana Taylor, Oscar-nominated, Sean Penn, Oscar-nominated, and a revelation and discovery of an amazing actress in Chase Infinity. Also a great performance by Regina Hall. A lot of the narrative around this movie has centered along 2 things. One, essentially it being "quote unquote" time for recognition for Paul Thomas Anderson, a filmmaker who has made many beloved films like Boogie Nights and Magnolia and Phantom Thread and Punch Drunk Love and There Will Be Blood, which is still my personal favorite of his movies, but this movie obviously is set much more in present times. And that is the other thing that people are focusing on, is that it just seems like the movie of the moment. And a lot of times Oscars have a tendency to recognize the movie of the moment, and that means that those movies don't hold up as much when you go back and watch them later. In this case, I think that this, he wrote this before the election of Donald Trump, and it's hard to tell because it feels just like the world we're living in right now. And I know that for some people that makes it a difficult watch, and it is. But I think that on a filmmaking craft level, in terms of its writing and direction, this movie is worthy of the masterpiece title that people have been bestowing upon it. I do think there are certain aspects of the movie that do not work quite as well for me, in terms of Sean Penn's character being this over the top and evil. But ultimately this is a story about a man, Leonardo DiCaprio, Bob Ferguson, searching for his daughter, played by Chase Infinity, who is being threatened by a tyrannical form of, they don't call them ICE agents, but that is basically what they are, and for nefarious reasons. And it does feel incredibly, timely and also infuriating, but also, in the many respects inspiring, because of the characters and the characters who rise up to ultimately defeat this evil. The character of Sensei Sergio San Carlos, played by Benicio del Toro, is kind of, in many respects, the movie's comedic relief. He gives a wonderful performance with some of the most fun, iconic lines of the year. But
what happened to him?
I do too. I mean, I suspect he was probably booked because of, he had a few small beers. But I think, he is a live wire. Teyana Taylor, who plays Perfidia Beverly Hills, the Bob Ferguson's wife and the mother of Chase Infinity's Willa. She is only in the first third of the movie and then the voiceover at the end. But she is a live wire for performance that lights the screen on fire for every moment she's on screen. And you miss her when she's gone. Her performance hangs over the entire film. Leo is playing a character that is very inept in certain respects, but ultimately is led by his heart. And his love for his daughter, who, spoiler alert, is revealed is not actually his biological daughter. She is Sean Penn's character's daughter, but he is her father in the truest respect. And it is a movie that, again, is using this larger canvas to tell what is ultimately a very personal story to the director, Paul Thomas Anderson, who is the father of mixed race children with his partner Maya Rudolph in this America that is becoming increasingly hostile to people who do not conform to what the Christmas adventurers in this movie would determine as racially pure. And they are ridiculous by design, because that is what fascism is in many respects. But they also are as menacing as they need to be. And it's reassuring to me that these characters ultimately triumph, just again out of their love for one another, rather than the hate that their enemies are propagating. it's spectacularly filmed. There's a car chase unlike anything I've ever seen on screen, quite like. But ultimately, to me, it really does come back down to the relationship of this core family unit, the letter that Perfidia Beverly Hills sends to her daughter, where essentially she says, we tried to change the world, we failed, but maybe you will not. Maybe you will be the ones who see the light, at the end of the day. And I think that is the hope that we all need to cling to, because, as much as we all want to believe the next generation will be the ones that can fix things, that is the movie that, like, we have to believe in that. We have to believe that we can be better. And I think that is what this movie ultimately is, the message that it is sending. And I will just say that the needle drop that ends the movie of Willa Ferguson, Jason Finitti's character, going off to a protest, and this mixed race girl who is going to go defy this oppressive regime through methods of civil disobedience, and the use of Tom Petty's American Girl. It did get me. It brought a tear to my eye. So again, I know it's not on your list. We don't need to discuss it much further. You've explained, why it's, it was a difficult movie for you to watch at this time. But I personally, like, Sinners and One Battle and Hamnet have kind of been this triumvirate of movies at the top of the awards race this year. And, the other two were always a little higher up for me. But the more I've revisited one battle after another, I'm like, no, it belongs in that group. And for me, it is my number 3 of the year.
Yeah, I will start off by saying that technically it's hard to find fault in the movie. Paul Thomas Anderson is a brilliant filmmaker. I'm a fan of his work. This was simply not a film that I was in the mood to see, and it hits a bit too close for me to the real world, which is intentional. I'm not disputing that. I just, it's not a film that I would say I enjoyed. And yeah, I have some quibbles, sort of with some things here and there. I ultimately think I'm not a fan of Sean Penn's. Uh, I don't know if I would say his performance or the character. I think
Really
it's a
not the
bit of
character.
I think it's a bit of a caricature, to be honest. And I see a lot of things in this film that do make me feel like it's a portrait of the ugly parts of the world that we live in right now, and that maybe shouldn't be a mark against the film given what it's trying to get across. And it's, and I do think it's important for art to bring to light things that are going on in the world, but at the end of the day, art is also subjective, and this was not the time for me to see this kind of film. And so ultimately it does not place on my top list, nor is it one of my runners up, but I also want to pay credit or pay appreciation to the artistry that went into it. Because, like I said, technically, I think it's an amazing film. I think the direction is great. I think especially the cinematography. I think the score is really great. I'm a huge fan of Johnny Greenwood, who always works with Paul Thomas Anderson. And the performances, for the most part, I think are really good. Um, yeah, I won't belabor the point, but yeah, it's one of those movies that I can appreciate, but it just does not rank amongst my favorite films of the year.
And that is totally fair. As you said, we have discussed this before, and this is not a movie, even though it ranks very highly on my list. It is not a movie that I intend to crack my whip and say that other people need to appreciate it. I don't really need to do that because this movie, in one of the reasons it was lower on my list before I kind of was able to judge it on its own terms, is this movie is getting so much acclaim from like the film Twitter types who are proclaiming it like the best movie of the entire decade, one of the best movies ever made, and I don't feel that way.
I'm
But I
going, not
do.
gonna lie, that's part that is probably contributing a little bit to this. I neither think it's Paul Thomas Anderson's best film, nor do I think it's worthy of the, sort of, declarations of the best of the decade and all that. I try not to let that stuff affect me, but inevitably it's inevitable that that stuff does. And so yeah, again, like, I don't want to be negative about it because, like I said, I think it's an extraordinarily well made film. But I'm going to be honest also.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I would never ask anything less of you on that front. Like we've said that like we will never talk about movies on this channel that that one of us does not personally connect with because we want to celebrate art. This is a little different because it's like our best of the year, and this is a movie that I really responded to. I don't think we'll be doing a dedicated one battle after another stream. Let's put it that way. But I will just say that again, when people talk about movies of the moment that ultimately tend to win Best Picture, and then people look back and like that doesn't really hold up, I don't think that will be the case with this movie. I think that this movie on its artistry will be, well regarded in the years to come. And for me, I do think that the themes it is speaking to are important ones that did move me emotionally and intellectually. And I think that if Paul Thomas Anderson is now an Oscar winner for this movie, and I think that is for adapted screenplay and probably director and picture soon too. And again, it's not my favorite of his filmography, but this was a movie that was very personal to him, and for that reason, I am glad that he has been so recognized for it.
Yes. Now I'm gonna let you take my number two because I believe it is your number one.
It is, and so this is a movie that another movie we've already done a stream on, a long extravaganza with our friend AK. But it is the other movie from this year that I personally consider to be an unequivocal cinematic masterpiece, which is Ryan Coogler's Sinners.
Yes.
And this movie is just so incredibly original. It is so incredibly striking. It is a movie that, unlike almost anything I've seen before, it is a vampire movie, and yes, it is a movie set in the difficult times of the Jim Crow era South. And yes, it is a movie that is paying tribute to the legacy of the blues in African American culture, and it's all of those things at once. And somehow the alchemy of it just elevates it to an even higher plane of existence, fitting given this movie's theme about the power of music and how it can, as the character of Annie, played by the great Wunmi Mosaku, says in the beginning, there are legends of people who have the gift of music so strong it can pierce the veil between life and death. And that is a touchstone that comes to play in what I personally, for my money, consider to be perhaps the best scene in any movie this year, which is the scene where Miles Caton's Sammy is singing I Lied to You, and it sends all the revelers in this juke joint owned by Michael B. Jordan's brothers, Smoke and Stack, into a kind of ecstasy that does indeed transcend the boundaries of time and space, bringing in music from the past of from as far back as ancient African tribes to the future with musicians on electric guitars and Chinese individuals who celebrating their own culture, and it is and it's done in this, with the camera just moving through all these characters as they experience a moment of true joy and release in the midst of a time and a world that does not want them to have those things. and it is extraordinary. The entire movie is. Ryan Coogler, he won a Best Original Screenplay for this earlier in the night. 100% deserved. I wish he was winning director, because I think that this movie was winning picture, because I think it is the best movie of the year. But this is a movie that will absolutely stand the test of time. And we talked about the fact that it is also so important that Ryan Coogler will own this movie, the rights to this movie, after 25 years. Because even though Warner Brothers, was incredibly brave in taking the risk to give him the resources to make this movie, this is his story, and is very personal to him. It is very fitting that he did it with Michael B. Jordan, who I hope will be winning Best Actor later tonight, because those two have collaborated on pretty much all of Ryan Coogler's prior movies, and their partnership has just been one of extraordinary creative and personal success. And Haley Steinfeld's wonderful in this movie. Delroy Lindo's wonderful in this movie. Jack O'Connell as the villain, Remnick, is an instantly indelible villain, and just the alchemy and the emotion and the power of this story, leading all the way up to its absolutely essential post-credit scenes that really tie the movie together. I think that this movie this is the movie that I would say, when we eventually get to the end of the 2020s and are compiling our best of the decade list, I think that this and Hamnet will be in strong contention for me to land on that list.
Yeah, as we get near the end of, to the end of our respective lists, this was very difficult for me to place this film at number 2. Because ultimately, my number 1 film had to be exactly what it was, but then to not have this as my number 1 really gave me pains. Because I love it so much, and it is truly an instant classic. And if I was declaring a quote unquote objective best picture of the year rather than a sort of personal favorites list, this would probably be the winner, because I cannot think of a film that sort of radiated more from 2025. It's a film that I knew I was going to love when I saw the first teaser for it, and I just could not wait to see it. And then I saw it, and it blew me away. And it just, everything across the board on this film is masterful. It is, from the acting, the direction, the cinematography, the music, to the production design, the editing, sound work, um, makeup, like everything is top tier. But even beyond that, it's a movie. Like, it
Yes.
is one of those things that you look forward to going to the theater to see, and see something that is going to capture you, that is going to, like, enrapture your, like, almost primal instincts. And like, I saw this movie, I was terrified, I was enthralled, I was mesmerized. It's something that, like, I hate to engage with the sort of, in a film that is so brilliant, and there's so much about it, and I hate to, call to an aspect that, yes, does lean into, the thirst that we often enjoy. But I remember seeing the first preview for this movie, and there is a shot of Haley Steinfeld when she's dancing, which is, yes, it's incredibly sexy, and that's why the shot stood out to me. But mixed together with, like, all the different things going on in the shot surrounding it, with the music that was so sort of creepy and seductive, and I was just, and that is a word that I would use to describe this movie, seductive. And it's just, it's so good. And yeah, like, I just want to sit here and praise every aspect of the movie, but we've done a stream on it, so like we have done that. But like, I mean, here's the thing, like this is exactly the kind of movie I want from Michael B. Jordan. Not to slight his work for Marvel, which I think he's done incredible things with that, but like you want to see a filmmaker like this in his own arena, like doing truly original works. And this is a truly original work, which is why I think it should be winning Best Picture tonight, even though ultimately I think it won't. Um, it's just exactly the type of movie that should be singled out as an extraordinary piece of art, which I think it has. And it's something that I think when we look back in decades to come, we're going to look back and we're going to say, Sinners, that was a fucking movie. And yeah, just oh god, everything. Yeah, Michael B. Jordan, playing the, both Smoke and Stack, and and Haley Steinfeld, and just I mean, in particular, hold on, just because I know there are specific people that obviously you mentioned Miles Ken. He should have been nominated tonight. Wunmi Masaku is fucking brilliant. Of the nominees, I really wish that she had won tonight as well. There's Delroy Lindo, it just and again Jack O'Connell. Like, just so many of these actors gave absolutely out of this world extraordinary performances. And then like the cinematography with the mixture of the extra wide scope frames with the IMAX frame, and it's just so out of this world. I'm really glad I did get to see this movie in IMAX, and it just blew me away. And that IMAX ratio is preserved on the home video release, which I'm very happy about, because it would have been criminal otherwise. Yeah, I'm not going to belabor this long, other than just to say that this is the very definition of a classic film, and a, a classic horror film, classic film period, like everything. And I truly believe that its genre is the only reason why it's not going to walk away with Best Picture tonight. And yeah, it's just absolutely out of this world, and I can't possibly say anything more.
Yeah, so I'll just say a couple things quickly, just shout out a couple other great members of the cast: Jamie Lawson, Omar Benson Miller, Lee Jun Lee, and Yao as well. But this movie is exceptional and extraordinary, and I'm very glad Ludwig Göransson's score is to die for. The man won his third Oscar tonight for this movie as well. And you mentioned the cinematography, and I will just say that even this is a big moment, because on the basis of all the guilds, people were predicting one battle after another to win cinematography this year. Sinners upset, and won. And as a result, Autumn Durald Arkapaw is now the first woman ever to win Best Cinematography at the Oscars.
That's fucking incredible.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's Sinners should be winning more awards than it will win tonight, but I think each one of those wins should be cherished, and especially that one, because oh my god, did she fucking deserve
it. Yes.
Yeah. So I'll let you close out with anything else you want to say before we get to mine.
No, I mean, I just like I said, this movie is on a short list of my favorite movies of the decade already. I think it is a masterpiece. I think Ryan Coogler is a genius. I'm again hoping against hope that Michael B. Jordan will indeed win Best Actor later tonight, because he was probably my second favorite cinematic performance of the year after only Jesse Buckley. And if we can walk away with my two favorite performances of the year winning Oscars, I'm going to be a pretty happy guy. But ultimately, I'm just really glad that this movie exists and that we now have it to cherish on physical media for years to come. And now the floor is yours.
Now let me take a moment to cherish this moment.
Yeah.
If you've been paying at all attention to the shirt that I'm wearing tonight, this will not try and I'll show off the star. Okay. My number one film of 2025 is Wicked for Good.
Damn right it is.
And fuck you, Academy.
Yeah, I agree.
This goes beyond egregious omissions, because even if the film itself didn't work for you narratively, the fact that it got absolutely 0 nominations is beyond atrocious. So I'm going to start off by saying that, but then I'm going to let that melt away to my adoration for the film, because I don't want this to be I don't want this moment to be about negativity. Um, for me, what John M. Chu and his entire cast and crew achieved with the entire Wicked production, including both Wicked and Wicked for Good, is nothing short of absolutely astonishing. And if you asked me what's a film in 20 years' time that I will still be watching, it is Wicked, both parts. And the fact that this film just broke my heart into a million pieces in ways both good and bad is just a testament to the skill that everybody brought to this production. Chief among them, the extraordinary talents of Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. And yes, Ariana Grande should have been the winner tonight of Best Supporting Actress, if she had been nominated, and just let that sink in that she wasn't nominated. Um, the journey that I have been on with Wicked over the past couple of years is incredible. It coincided with a lot of personal things for me. I came out as non-binary and started to really like appreciate the feminine sides of me, where I went to the first Wicked and Wicked for Good as well, wearing my pink Glinda shirt and just like basking in the joy I felt. I will say, from the first film, there's like I cannot describe the joy I felt sitting there in that shirt watching um the whole popular segment, which was just like I was beaming sitting there in the theater. And um but it goes beyond that, because that personal experience is one thing, but the expertise brought to the entire production is something else. And in particular with Wicked for Good, which is a very different film, I feel, from the first Wicked, in that it's a little bit darker, and I think it's more intimate in dealing, with these characters as they've matured and they've grown, and they're dealing with the repercussions of what happened in the first film. And it's living, breathing, like amazing take on an American, uh what would you call it? An American fable at this point, a legend, and that is of the Wizard of Oz. And And yes, it's existed. This story has existed through many iterations. You had the original book by Gregory Maguire, and then you had the stage production, and now you have the film itself. But the film is going to be something that is going to continue to reach such a wide audience and be seen by so many people in years to come. And one of the great joys for me was going home to Maryland this past Christmas and talking to family members about their experience going to see the film. And it taught me that regardless of the conversations of like what's going on with critics and box office and all of that, when you talk to fellow fans of something like this, there's an infectious joy that you get. And I got to go see the stage play again with those family members, and we all had a great time. And we talked about what we loved about the stage play, what we loved more about the movie, and I think that that is what is so great about both of these films is the way it has engaged the audience and how I think if you're looking for if you ask what no pun intended but what is was popular in cinema in the past couple of years, a lot of people are going to look at you straight in the face and say Wicked. and and as far as like, we did a whole stream about Wicked for Good, and so like just talking about, I mentioned of course Cynthia and Ariana, but you know God, I just like I could gush and gush about everybody from Jonathan Bailey to Ethan Slater, Marissa Bodie, Michelle Yeoh, Jeff Goldblum, uh, yes, Bowen Yang, Bronwyn James, and so many others. And it's just, but at the end of the day, I'm just going to sort of gush about the emotions that I felt watching the entire actual for good sequence near the end of the film. Because even though I didn't have time to rewatch the whole movie today, I made sure to squeeze in watching that sequence before our stream, and it obliterated me. It destroyed me. Um, just starting with, you know, you're the only friend I ever had. And I've had so many friends. The way that Ariana sort of tilts herself back, she says it, it's so great. And then they go into this, what is a love song, between the two of them. But then the goodbye and the closet scene where, they're both on opposite sides of the closet, not seeing the other person. And I told you this on like the actual stream that we did about it. I said when that happened in a theater, I went, "Oh fuck," because it just destroyed me. Um, yeah, everybody involved in the movie. I mentioned John M. Chu directing this mammoth undertaking, and the music by Stephen Schwartz, and the score by both Schwartz and John Powell. John Powell is a name that we love to throw around because he's a brilliant fucking composer. Um, just this is a story through the past 2 years that I have been absolutely enraptured by, and for my money this year with For Good, they drove it home. Do I think it's as perfect a film as the first film? No, I do not. We've had the discussion of there are certain things that on a first viewing were a little rough in places, but as I've had the chance to see the film a couple times now, those rough spots have sort of been smoothed over and blossomed into just this great love and appreciation for a story about characters who I love intensely now and who are going to be part of my life moving forward. um I mean, these are some of my favorite characters in all of cinema now, and it's because of these films. And I just, yeah, it's like they like the emotions that I feel can very easily be summed up, just in the fact that at the very end of the film, you get the Grimmery opening for Glinda, and chills went down my spine watching that in the theater. And I was so overjoyed for her. And and then the smile that Elphaba gives her. And when I feel these kind of emotions for a story and for characters, that is something incredibly special. And it doesn't happen that often. And so there is no other film that I could possibly have bestowed my number one spot to than Wicked for Good. And I, yeah, it hurt ultimately the lack of accolades that the film received this year. But I take solace in the fact that the first film did indeed receive 10 Academy Award nominations, which is an incredible achievement. And the fact that the films, both of them, will continue to be loved by fans like me. Um, I honestly, the big glaring thing for me is that I don't feel like John M. Chu nearly got uh, the recognition he deserved. He absolutely should have. Um, but I'm not going to let this be about gripes. I'm going to let this be about my joy and love of these films, both of them, and yeah. So with that, I'll close it out. If you want to hear me wax poetic more about Wicked for Good, go check out our stream. It's an absolutely beautiful film, and yeah. Just side note, I'll just say that Jonathan Bailey may be the most charismatic male actor in the world because he's so damn good too. So, but yeah.
No. Yeah, no, I co-sign everything that you've said because ultimately it comes from the heart. And one of kind of the touchstones that we have discussed on this channel is that sometimes people like to break film down as an intellectual exercise and make it meet objective criteria and even the exercise of the Oscars awarding what would be considered the best picture. People think that there's an objective component to that. And there is in terms of certain like technical crafts, but ultimately that's not how movies work. That's not how storytelling works. Movies at their best are designed to make you feel. And when you a movie moves you as much as both chapters of the Wicked saga did, Gwen, I think you have to put it at number one. It would be dishonest to yourself not to, just because it's not considered to be like among the general populace, like, oh, that's not the best picture of the year. But for you, it is, and your point of view is in fact, the one that matters here. And I would just say that for me, I have loved this movie more on every viewing that I've seen it. I did admit I struggled with it, certain aspects of it more than when we first watched it. We talked about those on the stream. They have become less of an issue for me on subsequent viewings. I really wanted this movie to be in my top 10 list. Ultimately, it just missed the cut in my honorable mentions, but that doesn't mean I don't love it. And I do think that yes, Ariana Grande is the best supporting actress of the year. Her performance in this movie absolutely floored me after I was much more enamored with Cynthia Erivo in the first movie, who is still great, but it's the two of them. Like these are two of the best castings in cinematic history, honestly, because and you're right to praise John M. Chu as well, because he did something that a lot of people thought was impossible in doing this two-part adaptation of the Wicked story on screen. And whether or not the latter half of it got Academy recognition as the first half did, I think that these two films will now stand together as iconic and valuable pieces of American cinema going forward, because ultimately, even though it was split into two movies and one got more acclaim than the other, this is one story. And I think that it is ultimately a beautiful story about a love between two friends, and how they essentially, as the theme of this chapter goes, how they changed one another for the better, and in doing so changed their world. So I think that is an incredibly powerful message for any movie to send, and this movie, did it brilliantly. And while I may not be going through some of the same personal things that cause these characters to resonate with you as much as they did Gwen, for me, I think that the best art can also make you feel things for characters who are not like you, and to see the world through their eyes. And this movie did that.
Absolutely.
So I think that it was the only way this stream on the our Oscar night could end, was with you singing the praises of Wicked for Good and the entire Wicked saga. And I'm very glad you got that chance, because we're coming up on the end of the Oscars now. There are only like 2 categories left.
I really intended for us to be well behaved, because this really throws our whole shorter stream thing into the wind. But you know what? I didn't want to rush us on any of our discussions on the individual films. So, and we've had a very tiny viewership tonight, so I was like, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting us to get a huge viewership opposite the Oscars, frankly. But this is almost like kind of just our, I won't say counter programming, but our just kind of our opportunity to say what our thoughts on the best films of the year are, some of which overlap with the Oscars. But I will just say that I don't regret going long. We will not make a habit of this. We are going to try to get back to shorter streams going forward. But we talked about, I counted them up, 23 separate movies that we loved this year. So, if you're going to do them justice, like last year, I think when we did this stream in the middle, we talked about 14. This year, we went above and beyond that. So
there were just too many really good movies. Yeah, no, one last thing I'll just say, there's a number of great numbers, but in particular, because it was an original number, I just want to single out, the work from both Stephen Schwartz and Ariana Grande on "The Girl in the Bubble," which, along with a slew of other nominations, I feel should have been nominated for Best Original Song. And it's the point in the movie that I think, like, I mean, Ariana cements her place in cinema history far before that, but it's the part that really clinches it, because it's just an absolutely heartbreaking number. And and it's the moment where Glinda really comes into herself, and and finds her courage. And so I've watched that scene over and over. It's so good.
it is indeed.
It's So there we go. Eventually we got there through the whole list.
Yes, we did.
I'm still half tempted to see if we just go all the way to the end of the ceremony. No,
we'll see. Where they're about to give out best actress right now, Jessie Buckley.
Michael B. Jordan.
He won. Yeah,
Michael
B. Jordan. Yes. Very happy.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, do you want to see it? No, because it's probably going for another half hour, right?
Well, no, I mean, after this, there's only going to be one category left. Jessie Buckley, Best Actress of the Year. She was in my heart, but now she is the Best Actress for the Academy at large.
And Paul Thomas Anderson won Best Director. Not my choice. I think we've covered that, but not unexpected. Even if there were to be an upset in Best Picture, I still, I think Best Director was pretty much locked up there anyway. As I'm sure it is for Best Picture as well, especially since One Battle After Another won for Best Film Editing, and usually when a Best Picture frontrunner also wins editing, that pretty much clinches it. I don't know why. That doesn't seem to.
Yeah.
I don't know why one has to do with the other, but yeah.
Yeah, it is an immaculately edited movie, I do think, and it's the editor's only second ever film credit, which is pretty impressive. Andy Jurgensen. But yeah, just if we're going to tally up again while Jessie Buckley is giving her speech, the winners so far, one battle after another. Best Picture pending has won 5 awards on the night. Best Director for Paul Thomas Anderson, Best Adapted Screenplay for Paul Thomas Anderson, Best Supporting Actor for Sean Penn. Best Casting, the first ever Best Casting category, and something of an upset because I think Sinners was expected to win that. And Best Film Editing, as you mentioned. Sinners has won 4. It won Michael B. Jordan for Best Actor, well deserved. Ryan Coogler for Best Original Screenplay, well deserved. Best Original Score by Ludwig Göransson, and as mentioned, that historic cinematography win for Autumn Gerald Arkapaw. Frankenstein has won 3. The 3 it was expected to win: Best Costume Design, Best Makeup, and Best Production Design. K-pop Demon Hunters swept its 2 categories of animated feature and original song, as was well expected. And then there were a few other. Avatar Fire and Ash won visual effects. F1 won sound. And then there are the Sentimental Value won original feature, which I think was expected, but The Secret Agent put up a good fight. And then there's like the documentary went to Mr. Nobody Against Putin. Then there's the shorts categories, which I have to admit I have not seen any of the shorts, but I will just note in kind of a funny quirk, one of the short categories ended in a tie this year. Best live action short film. I think
Oh,
that's
wow.
been like 10 years since that happened.
So here's the thing. If I was more confident about a Sinners upset, I'd say
Yeah,
let's continue on
yeah,
until it happens. But I mean, nothing's impossible, but I don't think it's
yeah.
going to happen, especially after that Sean Penn win. I'm going to say let's go ahead and wrap this up, and instead I get to end on the high note of showering my top prize on Wicked for good.
Indeed.
But yeah, we had a couple viewers tonight. So I hope you guys enjoyed us being basically a companion stream to the Oscars. And yeah, no, I had a great time. This was a lot of fun, even though we spent a lot longer on it than we had planned. But surprise, surprise. I enjoyed every second of it.
I did too. I'm so glad that we're making this an annual tradition where we celebrate our best films of the year. Ewan McGregor and Nicole Kidman are about to give out Best Picture. Nice.
Wait,
But
are they? Are
yeah,
are
I mean, they're doing their banter right now, but yes, they are about to do it. So
well,
maybe,
let's just
yeah,
the hell with it. Let's just
maybe we'll hang on. And yes, I mentioned that Jessie Buckley won Best Actress. I'm really looking forward to going back and listening to her speech after we log off, because again, I was really I've been wanting that for her for a long time. But anyway, I would just say that, yeah, no, I personally think that 2025 was a really good year in film.
yeah, it
Um,
was.
there, there like, I mean, there were a lot of movies I loved last year in 2024, but I think that on the whole, I think the movie slate of 2025 was stronger. I also saw more movies than they did in 2024. And I think that regardless of how things line up, I think that there are a number of movies this year that I will be revisiting for years to come, particularly the 2 masterpieces, in my view, Sinners and Hamnet, but also just movies that moved me, movies that thrilled me, movies that made me laugh and cry, and all the best things that cinema is supposed to do. They had it in spades this year, and I really hope that 2026 will bring more of the same, because I know that one of the things I saw in terms of presenters that they had to give out Best Director, they had Robert Pattinson and Zendaya, and that reminded me that Doom Part 3 is coming. So
Yeah. Oh man, I'm looking forward to getting that trailer. Hopefully
yeah,
in the not too distant future.
I think there's a rumor that it might be coming as soon as this week. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but I hope it is.
Well, anyway, so to talk about what we got coming up next week, we're resuming our Star Wars sequel discussions. Next week will be Star Wars: The Last Jedi. So excited about that. And then week after that will be The Rise of Skywalker. And then we're getting into our Outlander discussions with Heidi from over at Costume Co. She'll be joining us on April 5th and April 19th for those discussions. We'll have a week off in between. And then in the future beyond that, we got Maul Shadow Lord, and we're also going to be having a discussion on the film Excalibur. So we got a good few weeks ahead of us. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, indeed. And according to the Academy, yes, the best picture of the year, one battle after another.
Yeah, well, that's okay. And
I'm-
in this house, it was our winners were Wicked for Good and Sinners. So that's I'm very happy we got to shower our adoration where where we wanted to with this stream. It's my antidote each year to the Oscars. But yeah, no. Anyway, yeah, thanks for everybody who, for the people who hung in tonight, watching us, and thank you, Jared. This was a lot of fun, and yeah, let's do this again next year, and we already have, I know I already have some movies, that I'm planning to insert onto the list, both Bone Temple and Wuthering Heights being among them. So yeah, looking forward to that. Anything else you want to say before we sign off?
Just this was great fun. Let's do it again next year. And remember, as one of the movies, the refrain was "Keep your heart open," and to don't shut it in the dark, but turn it towards the sun.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Have a good night, everybody. I still can't believe we basically, not basically, we did stream the entire Oscar ceremony.
Yeah.
I was not expecting to do, but okay. All right. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Bye bye.